All right, we're live tonight.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan. We'll go ahead and call the Hood River City Council meeting to order for March 15th. This is a special meeting agenda. We actually have just 2 items of business on our agenda this evening. And so I just wanted to let people that are joining us right now, if you've signed up to speak at the public hearing regarding the missing middle housing, that will not start until at least 7 o'clock, because our notice to the public was that we would not be discussing that until at least 7 p.m. this evening. So even if we finish with our other subject that we have before that, prior to 7, we will be holding off and not discussing it until 7 o'clock. And we're happy for you to stay with us while we do this first part and learn about all the things that City Council do besides housing. Or you can join us a little bit later. You will be led into the meeting if you'd like to join just a little bit before 7. So either way, I just wanted to let the public know that so they weren't surprised by it. We'll go ahead with the land acknowledgement and the Pledge of Allegiance. So as we meet tonight, let us all remember that today we're stewards of land that has been home to Indigenous peoples for thousands of years before the recent arrival of the European heritage dominant culture. We honor this land's ancestors as we go about our business today. Jonathan, do we have a flag? All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. We have business from the audience to start. And so anyone, I don't think we have anyone signed up that is specifically business from the audience. Everyone that signed up is for to talk specifically about the missing middle housing. Is that correct, Jen, that we don't have anyone signed up for anything else?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So our first order of business is utility rate. Regarding utility rates, this is the meeting number 3 regarding affordability and some deliberations on what we've heard at the last 2 meetings that we've had. So Will?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So being that this is the final meeting and we have a large audience, I wanted to do just a quick recap for those folks who didn't attend the first 2 and give background and context. So this is a 5-year rate plan that we've been discussing for water, sewer, and storm that picks up where our last 5-year rate plan that was completed in 2015 left off. And this is going to continue us on for the next 5 years and give us a solid plan and footing to keep making progress on our capital improvement program. And so where the last rate program focused on kind of large system-wide increases that were broadly spread across everyone that were necessary for some of the very large capital projects that we did. This new rate plan has much more moderate rate increases from a system-wide basis, but focuses a lot more on tailoring charges to the user classes that are putting the burden on the system. And functionally, that means very minor rate increases for residential and larger increases for non-residential. And at the second meeting, along the vein of tailoring charges to impact, we talked about switching stormwater rates from being based on a property's meter size to being based on impervious surface. And now with this third and final meeting, we're switching away from what the rates need to be and should be to how are we going to accommodate folks who are unable to pay, so are not able to fully reimburse for the cost that they're placing on the utility because of being low income. The city implemented its current low income program in 2008, and it provides discounts off the base fee for water and sewer. And in 2008, it was expected to reach between 500 to 600 households. and it's kind of always hovered at around 100 households. So very, very poor participation. And one of the largest reasons for that, I believe, is that when you look at just census data of how many households are low income, that doesn't say how many low income households have a water and sewer account. And because low income households are much more likely to be renters and tenants in multifamily or in mobile home parks where water and sewer is picked up by their landlord and put into their rent, I think that severely caps the amount of participation in the program, and one of the main reasons why we've had such fraction of reaching the households that we could with low income discounts. And so with that preface, I'll hand it over to Todd Chase, who is going to talk about how we can adjust and what our program to get better participation and what it would mean for overall rate increases for the entire system.
Thank you, Will. Can I share my screen, or do you have the PowerPoint?
You should be able to share your screen.
All right. There we go. Good evening, everybody. I thank you for participating in this. We are FCS Group, and my name is Todd Chase. I'm a principal at FCS and economist there. I've done quite a few projects with the city of Hood River over the years, so it's a pleasure to be back. Doug Gabbard's also on the phone. Doug has been managing the utility rate update for the sewer and water efforts, and soon to work on some stormwater, I believe. And Sam Alt is on the phone as well, who's been the analyst working with me on the affordability side of things. So what I wanted to do is just touch on a few items in the tech memo that we prepared last month, and just give you a summary and then open it up for questions. We'll talk briefly about your current affordability rate assistance program and revisit some of the measures of affordability as they apply to Hood River, using some best practices from around the country with 3 different metrics to look into. And then discuss water and sewer revenue impacts if you are able to expand the existing program to include additional participation. And then open it up for some policy discussion about some next steps. And that would take us to the end of this presentation. So as Will mentioned, your current utility rate assistance program has been in effect since 2008. You have approximately 101 customers participating in the water program and 111 customers participating in the sewer program. I believe all these are residential households. The majority are homeowners. And the original target was much higher than this, about 593 customers targeted for the water program and 639 for the sewer program, considered to be eligible back when this was originally adopted in 2008. And these are residential customers in the 60% or below income category of the area median income. And the current program results in a 40% discount for water off the base charge and a 30% discount off sewer monthly base charge. So the annual benefit equates to about $198 per year for the water utility rates and $225 per year for the sewer discount. So about 420 discounted dollars per year of savings for eligible customers. So it is measurable, but there are different reasons why maybe the eligibility participation rates have been well below what they were targeted to be. You're currently running at about 15% of the target. And a lot of times it's because it's difficult to reach out to renter households who tend to be in this lowest income category. And the renters don't typically receive their water and sewer bill directly. Usually that's built into their base rent, so they don't really get to enjoy the benefit of having this reduction in their monthly expense. And so we'll talk about different ways to reach out to that sector of the of your customer base, and different ways to expand this eligibility target. You can see the current cost to the utility is about $20,000 per year for the water utility and $25,000 per year for the sewer utility. The three different measures of affordability that we looked into this go around include a national measure called the US EPA residential indicator. And this is probably the broadest of all the metrics we looked into, and probably the least accurate. It basically looks at the median family income for the area and assumes that if somebody making the median income is paying more than 2.5% of their income on the water bills and more than 2% of their income on the sewer bills, they have a high cost burden. And of course, most folks in the median income in Hood River are still earning well above probably the national average there. And so they're not the ones being impacted and not really the ones being picked up by that indicator. It's really the folks earning well below the median income are the ones who are paying more than 2.5% of their income on water and more than 2% on their sewer. So that measure is considered to be broad. It's a US EPA measure. It's probably the most utilized in this practice. But there are two other measures we looked into that I think are a little more accurate. One's called the affordability ratio. And this looks into the affordability of households in the lowest 20th income percentile in the area. And so for Hood River, it's basically picking up households earning less than about $32,000 per year. And it accounts for all their costs that they spend on housing, food, and healthcare, and assumes that if they're paying more than 10% of their income on housing, food, and healthcare, they're kind of tipped into the cost burden category. And then the third category is called the hours at minimum wage category. And so this takes into account the basic utility service for water and sewer, and then divides that by the minimum wage in the area. And I think Hood River's just bumped up to $12 per hour. And so if somebody at the minimum wage has to work more than 8 hours to pay for the water and sewer bills, they're considered to be high cost burden. And if they work less than 8 hours at that minimum wage, they're not in that category. So these are the three measures we looked into. What we found, as I mentioned briefly, the residential indicator, without the discount program, it would take about 1.4% of the median income to pay for your water bill and 1.7% to pay for your sewer bill, which is below the national threshold of 2.5% for water and 2% for sewer. And of course, with the rate discount, that burden goes down considerably. And so you're currently well below the national standard there. So moving on to the affordability ratio, we found that it takes about 10.2% of the income in the lowest 20th percentile to pay for housing, utilities, and food. So you're above that 10% threshold in Hood River. And I looked at some of this backup assumption, and I think you're well above 10% because of that. Some of the information we have is based on kind of average West Coast data. And I think you're kind of higher than average in the West Coast for housing. And so I believe you're well above 10%. And with the rate discount, it gets it down to about 7%. So the rate program definitely helps get below that threshold for affordability. At the hours of minimum wage, similar finding. Without the discount, it would take about 10 hours at minimum wage to pay for the water and sewer bills. I believe this was before we assumed the $12 minimum wage, which just got increased. So that helps, but with the rate discount, you definitely get below that $8 mark to about 6.8 hours to be able to pay for those water and sewer bills. So the rate program definitely helps go below these national benchmarks. Definitely would recommend that you continue it and expand it if possible. We looked at two different types of expansion targets. One, maintaining the 60th percentile threshold. And if we are able to fully fund that program and increase the number of participating households from about 101 currently to 489 with the 60% level, or 671 at the 80% level, the resulting impact on rate revenues would be an increase of revenue requirements by about $101,933 at the 60% level and $138,000 at the 80% level. Now that's assuming 100% participation. In reality, since we're working off a base of about 10% participation, it's very unlikely you're going to jump to 100% participation in 5 years or even 6 or 7 years. But if we did jump that high, we'd need a one-time rate increase of about 3% to 4% to pay for that additional revenue requirement. And because we're not likely to jump that fast to that level of participation, you could probably just maybe assume a 1 or 2% for the next few years and see how the participation level goes. And if you do hit that high threshold, you can consider a further increase after that time period.
Todd, I have a question that others might be thinking about too on this.
Sure.
It says assumes participating households increase from 101 to 489 for the 60 and 671 for the 80. So if we went to 671 for the 80, that includes all of the people at the 60, correct? It just adds some
That's
additional.
right.
Okay, so
That's
that's all
exactly.
inclusive of the 60%. It's not one plus the other.
That's true.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Similar analysis with the sewer revenue impacts. Again, at the 60th percentile versus 80th percentile, the additional revenue requirement to fully fund those programs would be required to increase by about $110,000 per year to $151,000 per year, depending on the level of participation. And because it's a larger utility, the amount of one-time increase would not be as significant as it was with water, about 2.4% at the 60th percentile and 3.3% at the 80th percentile. And we certainly wouldn't recommend that you do that all at once. But it, as a consideration, it's something you could phase in over time. So some policy considerations revolve around ways to increase the participation levels in this affordable housing program. We've been assuming that we can reach a 50% participation target in these assumptions. And one way to do that would be to work directly with Pacific Power, who does actually provide electric bills to consumers throughout your customer base. And Will's already kind of reached out to Pacific Power to see if Hood River could be potentially a test case to provide a credit on their monthly bills for eligible customers that would qualify for this program. And we've built the cost of that program into these revenue requirements. Pacific Power's costs really aren't significant. It would primarily be the cost of income verification that that would be kind of more of an annual admin cost associated with these programs. And even that's not very significant. So I think, you know, by giving people an opportunity to utilize this program, by getting a credit on their power bills for energy conservation through water and sewer, I think that would greatly expand the participation level. And they could even receive a flyer in their utility bill, letting them know that there's a window to apply for this program, so they can be prepared to apply, and there could be assistance provided by the city to help them with that application process. And you typically would have that application process being a 30-day window once per year. But you could do it ongoing as well. So this really is something that could be customized to how you want to see the program developed in your city. The ways to pay for this utility rate program, other than the rate increase that we talked about, could be through some general funds. If you could maybe do a one-time transfer to seed this program, and then see how it goes from there. And there could be some other external revenue sources. I started to leaf my way through the recent federal CARES Act the other day, and I know they also have a set aside for funding for utilities, specifically water utilities, for low income rate assistance. So there might be some funding available in there if we dig deep. But I think there, you know, can sometimes be nonprofits that help with this program as well, and sometimes other state and federal grants. So we would recommend you maybe expand the program this year, monitor it for 12 months, and then determine what level of rate increase might be needed based on the level of participation you're seeing. But I think Doug's indicated to me that your fund balances are healthy enough to basically seed this program for about 12 months before you have to make some significant revenue enhancements.
Todd, I
So
have one question on
sure.
this. So this thing with Pacific Power, if someone could prove their income qualified, then there would be a coordination between the city and Pacific Power for Pacific Power to credit them X amount on their electric bill. And they would just need to be receiving water and sewer, not necessarily in their name. They could be in an apartment complex or something, and be a Pacific Power customer and be paying a separate Pacific Power bill. All of those things would have to apply, I assume.
Yeah.
And then Pacific Power, once reimbursed, so the city would be paying Pacific Power the difference. Is that correct?
That's right.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make
Yeah.
that clear. Thanks.
Yeah, there'd have to be a fund set aside with a balance for Pacific Power to draw against over time. Any other questions? So next steps, Will, do you want to talk about next steps?
Yeah, thank you, Todd. Really appreciate that. So we can focus, if we want to focus discussion on the affordability initiatives, we can do that first. The intent is to, now that we're on a third meeting, while this is all fresh in everyone's mind, and while we have FCS here to aid in the deliberations, is deliberate on the topics from the first meeting, the second meeting, and the third meeting, and provide staff direction to bring you back a full rate program to adopt for the next fiscal year. at the city council's next meeting or the meeting thereafter, so that we can have time to implement all these programs, like stormwater rate credit offsets, switching over from basing our stormwater charges on impervious surface rather than meter size, and kind of all that administration work before July. But the city council, but I'll, happy to take city council's direction in any way you want to go. And there is tried to outline kind of what I think is the key policy decisions in the suggested motion that's in your packet, where some decision trees, some natural decision tree choices lay, so that you can craft a motion. And then you can also, if there's any other specific changes that you want to see that is different than what has been in the presentations to you, that can be inserted into a motion as well.
Megan?
I might have just missed this, but are we discussing the SDC stuff at a future date that's not involved with the setting?
Yeah, I think because it's already on the city council work plan to do water and sewer SDCs, it makes sense to take this work that FCS did and bundle it with water sewer work and do SDCs all together.
Okay, great. So put that aside for now.
Mhm.
Awesome.
Councilor Mehta, Jessica?
I had a question on the affordability one. How do we pay for it now? Is it just out of the general fund?
No, it's just reduced revenue. So that 20,000, I think for water, 24,000 for sewer isn't an expense line item anywhere. It's just a policy that results in less revenue coming into the water and sewer funds.
Okay. But because we're setting the utility rates based on the revenue that we're going to need for all the capital improvement projects, we can't do that in this case. We can't just count on reduced revenue.
Yeah, it's because a negative revenue is the same thing as an expense. It's kind of the 6 one way, half dozen the other. So if we do this Pacific Power deal, those folks for whom water and sewer isn't in their name, that will be an expense, but it would just be the same as a foregone revenue, at the end of the day.
It sounds complicated to me to have the water and sewer credit go to a Pacific Power bill, but looking at you, Will, especially as one that would be implementing this, does it sound complicated or doable?
Very simple. Yeah, I've had several meetings with Pacific Power and with Mid-Columbia Community Action Council, because we didn't propose something in concept that we wouldn't be able to pull off. Basically, all that needs to happen is once a household gets income verified, they give and residence verified where they live and get the power bill that's associated with that address. We just say to Pacific Power, for the next 12 months, these people get $35 a month off their power bill, because that's the equivalent that they would be receiving in money off of their water and sewer if the water and sewer account was in their name. And Pacific Power gets just a spreadsheet of all of those. They apply those credits and they send us an invoice. And so once a month or once a quarter, we just get an invoice from Pacific Power to pay.
Okay, thank you.
And who would do the income verification with Mid-Columbia Community Action?
Yes, and they're the
Okay.
that's currently doing our income verification. They've been doing it for us since 2008.
Okay. So it isn't an extra thing for this that the city's even going to be doing, because they would be taking care of that too.
No, we don't want to get into that business when there's people who are already doing it here at the Gorge. Mhm.
And I heard them say at the last meeting, they gave a presentation and they said how now they're going to have a fully staffed Hood River office. So I was hoping that that would mean that we could get more people signed up for this program.
Yeah, that's part of the, you'll see in the memo, it has a line item for income verification cost. And so prior, we were just they charged us $3 in income verification. It was kind of a piecemeal thing. This gets it to a new formula where we just give them a contract amount and it pays for half of an FTE for them. So it boosts their organizational capacity here in the Gorge, because while they're checking for income verification for water and sewer discounts, they can also let them know that they may qualify for an energy discount through the federal government or weatherization grant or something like that. So really some kind of there's a lot of side benefits to our Action Council through kind of making this a more predictable and steady revenue source for them that they can plan on.
Got numerous hands up here. Okay, let's see. I saw Megan go first, I think, and then Mark. And then I think we have Gladys and Tim. I think that was the order. Go, Megan.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess going off of, if we would be covering a half-time FTE, I heard that we'd have a 30-day application window once a year. And if we're doing this program, and I think we should, it sounds really useful for the community. I'd love it to be, you could come in at any time of the year, knowing that a lot of folks at 6% of AMI and below are going to be very housing unstable and are probably going to change housing many times in the year potentially, or at any time of the year. And I don't want to limit folks because they did move in December or whenever it would be. And so it seems incredibly worthwhile to be providing funding to MCAC to have someone available kind of anytime to help people when they.
Councillor Saunders, that's how it currently works. And I would expect that's not an insurmountable hurdle. I think we can manage rolling applications.
Mark?
Yeah, I sort of like this idea. Cool. We're not plowing new ground though, right? Other communities are tying this kind of assistance to the power bill and seeing that it's effective for to the end goal of helping the 60% and low.
Yeah, so from the research that Todd did, and maybe he can chime in, this is a common practice amongst cities who own municipal electric utilities. So some, like Seattle, also runs their own, like Pacific Power is the city of Seattle in Seattle. And so they do this. We would be taking it one iteration further with partnering with our area utility rather than just having it internal to the city completely.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We found 2 communities in Washington State that are doing this, but they both cities own their own power utility, and so it's easier for them for the fund transfers and intergovernmental loans to do that. So this really would be a pilot case for Oregon, and Pacific Power is pretty jazzed about it in terms of trying it, and we feel pretty confident this will be seamless. So it's exciting.
Yeah, I'm excited. It could be something that's replicatable because this blind spot to low income water sewer discounts that has to do with renters is pervasive. So I'm hopeful it could be a good model.
All right, Gladys, and then Tim.
Counselor Zan Miller beat me to the question. I just wanted to share that this is exciting to be able to collaborate with a local partner. So thank you all for your time.
Tim?
For your work, that's what I meant.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to go back to a subject we discussed last time. And well, you've listed this as one of the items that's kind of a decision point, the rate credits for non-residential stormwater runoff mitigation efforts. I'm kind of wondering whether you or Doug can kind of like revisit that, the rationale behind that briefly.
Sure. Yeah, I'll have Doug chime in as well and fill in any gaps. For sort of city staff's level of this, it's very much going to be developed between now and July. Unlike the Pacific Power deal where we really wanted to flesh it out to make sure it would work, we know that these programs exist across Oregon and across the country. We just need to get them, develop them, and put them into place. But we just with the limited bandwidth, we didn't want to spend time and effort on defining the exact program ahead of knowing that the city council wanted to go that direction. But I'll let Doug kind of chime in as well.
Counselor, is there a specific aspect of stormwater rate credits that you're interested in?
Well, there was I guess, but just the basic rationale for it.
So the idea is that if a customer is this often comes up with new stormwater utilities, or if there is a big rate increase, a stormwater customer might say, hey, I'm doing things on my property to reduce my impact. I deserve a break on my rate. And so a rate credit system is a way to systematize the city's response to that by creating a set of standards and a calculation by which a rate credit is offered. And so one of the initial issues to be addressed by such a program is the issue of, well, who is even entitled to credits? So one of our very basic recommendations is that stormwater rate credits are only possible for non-residential customers, those other than single-family residences, because single-family residences can't really do anything that seriously moves the cost needle for the utility, but anything that is done by any customer to earn a rate credit is something the city has to go out and verify and keep track of. And so there is an administratability issue that we want to make sure that the city doesn't lose sight of. And so one policy, one part of that rationale is that only non-residential customers are eligible. And then we walked you through the calculation last time for determining a reasonable amount of credit based upon avoidable and non-avoidable costs, because it's not reasonable for any stormwater customer to say, hey, I shouldn't pay at all, because all the customers do benefit from having a functioning stormwater system. And so we reached our maximum credit. I want to say it was about 42%, if I'm remembering correctly. And so we reached that maximum credit amount. And then the final piece of the policy is to define what is it that qualifies for that credit. And here we're suggesting things like installation of infrastructure that exceeds the city's minimum standards for a type of development. So the rationale is to give a customer something that they think they're entitled to, but they have to walk through a series of steps to verify that they really are entitled to it. And that way you can get them the credit that is equitable and fair, not just to them, but to all the other folks paying the stormwater rate. Now, in your case, a rate credit program can be especially important because we are proposing a change in the way you charge your rates to a system based upon impervious surface area, which is not currently the case. This change will have the most dramatic effect on customers with large impervious surfaces. As we talked about, most customers, especially single family customers, they're going to see a decrease in their stormwater rates because of this change. But large impervious surface customers will see an increase, some of them a considerable increase. And if you're going to be told that you're going to get a considerable increase in your stormwater rate, you might be looking for ways for you to control your need for stormwater services, and by pointing to specific things, specific ways that they can exceed the city's standards by installing stormwater infrastructure, that could entitle them to a credit on their stormwater bill.
Thanks.
And so it's a way of making in practice, it could be a way of making the medicine of the change in rate structure a little easier for customers who either already have taken mitigation steps or are willing to take mitigation steps in the future.
So then, Will, is the intent to actually incentivize better stormwater practices by offering this credit as an incentive to do that?
That's exactly what it does. Yeah, it monetizes that benefit for the business owner.
And we have I'm just asking this because I think I know the answer to the question, but we haven't developed those incentives yet.
No, what we're going to need to do is find good examples and copy other cities. The model's out there. People do this. So I'm confident we can figure it out.
So
Yes.
then the decision that we're making tonight is to whether to task you with going out and looking for and fully vetting those.
And setting rates that accommodate discounts. Because when you discount one ratepayer, you're going to need to increase everyone else's rates. Mm-hmm.
Initially, in the goal is in the future, these mitigation efforts will be revenue neutral because a mitigation effort that has not been done yet will save the utility some cost. But initially, you're going to be crediting folks for things that they've actually already done, and the savings is kind of already baked into the budget.
Thanks. And Will, I guess just kind of as an example, would like the Safeway parking lot or the Rose Hours parking lot be something that would fall into this kind of this realm?
You're definitely identifying some ratepayers who will see some very big rate increases when we switch to impervious surface. So some of this could be like a underground detention basin, which I'm not sure that either of those properties have, but maybe using a bioswell or some other detention bay that slows the draw of the water system, so we don't have to size up for such large peaking. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, that's really helpful. Thank you.
I just wanted to ask a little bit about, we have a suggested motion on page 4 and 5 of our packet, but, and there's different things that can or whether we want to include or not include, and those are rate credits for non-residential stormwater, which is just the question Tim was asking and was clarified. So thank you very much. We've got a clarification on that one now, which would be good. Then the second thing is talking about low income rate assistance. And we would be making a decision yes or no, and whether it be 60 or 80%. And then also about an offset for broad-based rate increases across all water users to pay for that. Is that correct, Will? Okay.
That's correct. Yeah, do we want to do it 60 or 80? And then also, do we want to extend it to low-income households whom their water and sewer bills are incorporated in their base rent?
Okay.
Right now, they would not be eligible.
All right, so we'd be making a decision of where we wanted to try to ramp up a program like that.
Correct.
Okay. But then that's number 3 on our list here on page 5. But number 2 is offset by broad-based rate increases across all water and sewer rate payers. So that's in the motion. So that is, unless we wanted to take money out of general fund or we wanted to try and get money from some other source, it would be the rate increases that were mentioned in the most recent information that we got from FCS this week, correct?
Correct. And okay. Always look for third-party sources of revenue. Absolutely.
Okay. I just wanted to, those are the things they're making recommendations about. We had a lot of information that came to us. And I don't know, we didn't have a lot of, we asked a lot of questions, but we didn't have any discussion the last two meetings really. So just in general, on the last two meetings, I'd like to see if we have any comments on that information. Megan, and then Mark.
Great segue to, this is much more a policy thing than a question for our consultants, but I guess big picture for both water, sewer, and stormwater. One second.
Your echo.
I got the roommates. Forgot where I was. Water, sewer, and stormwater, the overall thing of reallocating costs between users and who is actually making the most use of our infrastructure. I really love all of those calculations and the results. I think the one policy thing I do want to bring up is specific to sewer, the single family versus non-residential allocations of single family has been basically significantly subsidizing some other users. And even in the 5-year rate thing would still be paying more than their fair share. And I within all of that, I get not decreasing them, but I have a hard time justifying that we're increasing them by 2% for 3 years. And I'd like to see that removed and they just stay flat for the 5-year period. So I'm throwing that out to the rest of you, see what your thoughts are.
Thanks, Megan. Okay, let's just take that question. Let's see what others think about that. We're just kind of going back to the last two meetings, and we've got a couple comments about it. So let's just ask, what are other people's thoughts on that particular subject that Megan just brought up? Anyone want to go? Mark?
So I was just gonna tag onto that with a similar suggestion. So I basically agree with Megan that by keeping residential flat, they're going to slowly get closer to their where the target for that. So that's good. My related suggestion is that we have a few things, storm particularly, that actually show it going down 1 year and then back up the next year. And my recommendation would be to just keep those flat for a couple of years, and that'll help us. It's less confusing for residents that we're just going to maintain rates while things get worked out, that that little bit of extra revenue by keeping those flat as opposed to taking them down and then back up lets us keep things like residential flat on the water, and it lets us sort of smooth out some of these other rises kind of thing. So this is for storm and sewer, and in two of the categories on page 4 they have this sort of little ski thing, and my recommendation is to keep them flat and then taking them up. And then I had one other thing on this table, which is that even though septic moving forward after we spent all the money on the odor prevention stuff, I think that keeping them at flat plus inflation is what we should do, and we there's ongoing city management of when things get really smelly down at the waterfront, and by keeping the rates the way they are, plus inflation, I think that it would be better than reducing those rates and further encouraging that type of use.
Mayor, can I comment some of the administrative considerations there? So for septic, absolutely council's choice. For the not having the down and then up for certain folks, unfortunately, that is inexorably tied to switching to impervious surface from meters. We would have to go account by account by account to do some sort of mathematical equation to say whatever you paid before, you can't pay less, rather than just saying it's based on impervious surface. And some people have more impervious surface and some people have less. So that's why some people go down in that first year. It's a function of switching to impervious surface. And then
First, you're talking about for stormwater,
for stormwater,
for
and
stormwater, okay.
for sewer, that is a function of getting a better model of strength categories. Really, nobody's rates go down, but some, or no rates go down, but some people move from being classified as a high strength user to a lower strength user. And so their placement in the rate structure goes down. And that's why they see a dip in their bill. And it's specifically restaurants. And I'll show you where sort of that comes from. So right here, this is our existing strength categories, and it has restaurants at the very highest of the high, and breweries don't even exist. And this was updated in 1996 and hasn't been changed since then. And what we're moving towards is what Bend implemented, which is much more sort of substantiated with research, data, and much more detailed in the types of uses. And so it's not that any rates are going down, it's that restaurants, for instance, are moving from being classified as high to low, and a lot of other businesses that don't have any discernible impact whatsoever are being classified as standard. And that's basically what standard means, is minimal or no unusual impact. So again, that kind of dip is sort of part and parcel with switching to kind of this more updated, more sophisticated model of strength categories.
So though I would like to see the dip go away for some reasons, I do not want to break the model. So thank you, Will, for describing that.
Sure.
Jessica, and then Megan.
I had a comment on Megan's proposal of keeping residential flat versus a 2% increase. In my conversations with Will, I understood that part of the reason for doing that is it helps minimize the significant increases to the non-residential customers, a lot of whom are really hurting right now, especially because of COVID. And so I would support keeping that increase and not holding residential flat to help mitigate the impacts to all the other users. I mean, as you can see in the chart, a number of them, the large shopping center and the medium-sized brewery, their rates are gonna double in 5 years, which is a lot.
Others on this topic, Megan?
So I had one question for Will, and then I guess I'm going to respond to Jessica. But with the rate categories and strength thing you were talking about with Mark, my recollection is that septic was its own separate category. So is it not relevant to that strength argument and decrease? Or?
So no, do whatever you want to do with septic haulers.
Okay. Awesome. And then, yeah, I guess with Jessica's thing of, I both get that, and I know it's a huge increase for some folks, and it is hard, but the calculations we have is that currently single family is subsidizing other users by 20% or more, and even after this 5-year thing, and with the increase, single family is still subsidizing non-residential by at least 12%, and at some point that just doesn't feel fair to our residents, from my perspective.
So I have some thoughts on that too. I was just going to mention, I agree with Megan, but I can see, because we are doing drastic changes for some right now, that it's going to be a huge bite. But I'd like that at the end of the 5 years that we were closer to the pie that we need to have. Not necessarily the first year or the second year, but it seems like, and I know it will get closer, as time goes on, but it feels like it should get closer to what the actual pie, how the pie should be cut at the end of the 5 years. Just to me. So, I'm okay to subsidize a little bit at the beginning, but I just think that line needs to come together closer the further down the road we get to what the actual numbers are for residents, which would be lower. And I don't know if there's a way to cut that pie a little bit different as the years go by. I mean, we've been going through COVID, plus we're raising the fees for some businesses, a huge amount. But as hopefully things get better and time goes by, I would hope that we could kind of bring those numbers a little bit truer. So those are my thoughts on it. Anyone else? Thoughts on our last 2 meetings? And then I think we need to start talking a little bit about our presentation tonight so that we can get to a motion, hopefully. Tim?
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate that. Megan and Mark's and Jessica's thoughts. I really do, however, appreciate all the work that's gone into the thoughtful work that's actually gone into, coming up with this analysis. And it seems like it's really thoughtfully done. So my personal feeling is that there has been a really concerted effort to try to bring us in alignment with what would be a more equitable solution. And so I'm hesitant to mess with that too much, I guess.
Okay. Gladys?
I stand exactly where Councillor Cunahan is at. There's been a lot of time and effort that's been put into this, and I don't know if adding all these changes, I mean, what are you thinking based on the recommendations or the conversations that we're having?
Yeah, so this was difficult. This is really, really difficult because staff knows the values and the goals of the city council as far as affordable housing and helping low-income folks and things like that. So I had to try to do our best to strike that balance about how fast we're sort of hitting the accelerator on how quickly we come into line between user charges and so that was sort of a balance we tried to strike at 2%. I'd say one piece of that is the inflation assumption is 2%. So in real dollars, residential is held flat in this model. And there's just no way around it. They're our biggest user class and most of the money comes from them. And so it's kind of like a tiny change in residential. It creates a tsunami for some of the other rate users. And that was how we tried to strike the balance. But if council wants to strike a different balance, that's fine as well. We'll just take some extra time and some extra cost, I think, with FCS to and I'd say if you want to do something different than what was presented, just be really specific. Say I want residential to increase only 1% or 0% or something like that, so that we can bring you back exactly what that looks like for everyone else.
So I just want to say that I'm torn between, I understand what Jessica's point was for sure, and Megan too. And I was hoping we could diverge something further out. I don't want to hold up this process. I think the staff in FCS has done a fantastic job. We've never done anything this thorough that I can remember in the past. So it is hard to strike a balance. I just want to state publicly, I'd like it to go closer eventually. And no, this is 5 years. So maybe that's where we start. In the 6th year, when we do this again, then we will start, doing something that would come closer. I don't want to hold this up for that personally. So, Eric?
Thank you. Very briefly, Mayor. My sense is similar to that of Councilor Rivera and Cunahan. I guess from a public policy decision-making and kind of direction process, I agree entirely with Megan's sentiments and that of Jessica. But in many ways, this whole analysis is just this elaborate math problem that these professionals have worked their way through. And my concern would be, we're sort of taking, we're trying to put public policy thumbprints on it to make sure it sort of goes our direction when there's this delicate balance that's already been struck. So I'm just concerned that tinkering with it actually, I just don't feel sophisticated enough to tinker with it. I guess I trust the math, and this is a rare situation where we actually get to rely on math to drive public policy decisions. So, and I just feel like the professionals have done that. So I guess I'm just trying to say I agree with Megan's concerns. I agree with Jessica's concerns. I'm just not convinced that if we tinker with it, we might end up disrupting the balance that has been already struck.
Mark?
Yeah, I don't want to blow up the model, then therefore my other 2 points sort of went away. But I do want to point out that Will said that for septic, it's easier and it's our call, and so I hope that others would be hip to keeping them flat plus inflation instead of cutting their rates.
All right. I think we need to get into the discussion for tonight's presentation. So we have two different amounts that, we're doing 60 now. We just continued on with 60. We'd be doing the same thing. But then using the electric rates, reduction in the electric rates to try and get more people in that group. Are people feeling that that's a good thing? And if we're going to get the group, or is it going to be 60 or is it going to be 80? I guess those are the questions, correct, Will?
Correct. Yeah, with 80 requiring a higher system-wide rate increase. And where we landed on 60, we've been talking about, you'd be talking about missing middle here in a little bit. Obviously, everyone at 120 or less is feeling a lot of financial pressure in the city of Hood River, but through those objective measures, we were finding that the 60% AMI is the correct one to get below those sort of standard measures of being rate burdened if we focus at 60. So that's where we landed on that, but it's certainly in your prerogative if you want to use this to help people that we all know are struggling, then you might increase it to 80, but that will also increase rates across all user classes.
Okay, let's just see a show of hands, and I'm gonna, because people can't see us and people can't see us, I'd like to see a show of hands, and then I'm gonna state what I see so that everyone can hear what's going on. People that are in favor of at least continuing what we're doing now to help subsidize the 60% and below, at least do that. I just want to see a show of hands who wants to do that. Okay, and I am that. So all counselors have raised their hands that they want to continue at least doing that much. Let's go to the next question. How many people would like to help users through a credit on their electric bill, if we can work that out, be able to subsidize their water and sewer bill through their electric bill? Okay, all counselors have raised their hand to do that. We're going to need a motion to this effect, but I kind of want to try and see where everybody is. And if we're kind of all on the same page, then we can go forward with the next question. Thanks, everyone. So we've got 60%. We've got subsidized through electric bills. Yes.
I believe there's rate credits for stormwater mitigation.
Right. Okay. So this is a different subject, but this is the rate credits for non-residential for stormwater runoff. And should we be figuring out a model? I guess we'd be copying a model that's probably already out there. to do that, to give them credit for mitigating their stormwater runoff, which a lot of them are already doing to help with their rates. Okay, I've got everyone except, okay, I've got Counselor Haynie. Mark, were you? Yes, okay. All counselors now have raised their hand that they agree that we should be doing that. All right. So the only thing we have left, if we're going to go with FCS's recommendations for everything, is, are we going to go up to 80%? And how is that going to get paid for? Is that correct, Will?
Correct. Mhm.
Okay.
And we would recommend using utility funds for that. Staff would.
Okay. I thought that was what was in the
Grants.
staff report, but I
Yeah,
wasn't sure.
less grants are available.
Okay. All right. And then if we don't all agree, or we've got a 50-50, we can have some discussion on it if we want to. So how many would want to go up to 80% of the area median income? Let's just keep in mind that right now we're at 60, and we have about 12% of the people at the 60% rate that are actually using the program. So these things don't happen quickly, and we wish they would. People would take advantage of it sooner, but I personally don't know how fast we're going to get to the 80, because we don't even have 50% of the 60% group. So how many people want to go up to 80%? Okay, I have 2 people. So we do not have a majority that wants to change it to the 80 at this point. We have a majority that wants to keep it at the 60% at this point. All right. And does all of, let's see, the 2 people that raised their hands were on that. I just want, so the public knows what's happening, were Tim and Jessica. Okay. And then paying for this with just the utility rates. I mean, the utility rates are going to be helping pay for the subsidy, which is what we've been doing now.
Quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, Megan.
When we're saying utility rates are going to pay, is that with we monitor it for the 12 months and then we set the rate based on actual usage, or are we doing this jump, by 3% immediately and then assuming we get to 50% usage?
That's for you, Will.
Yeah, well, we do know that we will have the contract cost with Mid-Columbia Community Action Council. So I do think it does warrant an immediate increase to cover that cost. But we can take a wait and see over 12 months after for participation.
This may not fit into the raising my hand, but I guess in that scenario where we do some wait and see, I'm supportive of ratepayer costs. So.
Tim, did you have a question or comment?
Just a question for Will. So at 80% AMI, what exactly is that income level?
Todd or Sam, do you have that at your fingertips? See if it's in the. I won't be able to come up with that quickly.
Just give me just a minute here. The income level at 80% was the question, is $52,543.
Thank you.
Is that for a family of 4?
Well, it probably would vary by family size. That's just based on the median thresholds in Hood River for all families. So I'm sure there would be a variation by family size.
Okay.
And so is that, as I understand, the average household would be like if you just look up what median family household is for one number, if you have to take one number like off of the census,
Okay.
that would be. But there are tiered categories for different household size.
Okay. So Megan had suggested in some form in her conversation, I think, that she would be okay with ratepayer coverage as we have now to cover this program that we talked about this evening. But we would wait a year and we kind of have a look-see at what kind of use we get. Is that correct, Megan?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How many agree with that model? Okay, all counselors have raised their hand. All right. I think we actually are ready for a motion. Unless we have anything else burning on this, we're about 10 minutes after 7. And I think I've written down everything that we've discussed and decided as a group here. And
Yeah, I was gonna say, I would support Mark's point on the septic haulers of keeping that
okay.
flat.
Could you
with
define that, Mark? We've got a motion on page 4 that goes into 5, and then we've all these things to add in or subtract. Do you have that in front of you? And you could add the septic in, Mark?
So it just says includes a minor change to staff's plan to keep septic at the current rate plus inflation.
Okay.
Would we need to spell out the stormwater ratepayer timeline, or is that something you can just do without the motion explicitly saying?
Can you clarify what the question is?
With the having like wait 12 months at the ratepayer rate for the.
Okay, not stormwater. You're talking about low income.
I just looked at the wrong thing on the page. Low income households.
Yeah, that's fine. And Mayor, would you like I can maybe take a stab at what this motion would read?
Sure, that would be great if you'd like to. Well, and then we can get somebody to first on that. If you can take a stab at what we've already
Sure.
said.
So it'd be moved to direct staff to return an FY 21-22 utility rate setting resolution for City Council consideration based on FCX Group's rate presentation that includes rate credits for non-residential stormwater runoff mitigation efforts offset by a broad-based rate increase across all stormwater ratepayers and includes low-income rate assistance for 60% area median income and less, offset by a broad-based and phased-in rate increase across all water and sewer ratepayers, and includes a program to provide low-income households rate credits applied against electricity bills equal to the standard water sewer discount for low-income households where water and sewer charges are included in their rent, and that holds septic haulers flat and adds inflation adjustments thereafter.
Okay.
I will first that motion.
I'll second it.
All right. Jessica has made a first to the motion that Will has presented and clarified for us. Thank you very much. And Tim has seconded that motion. Any additional discussion? All right, roll call vote. Eric?
Aye.
Gladys?
Aye.
Jessica?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
Megan?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
And chair votes aye. All right, thank you, everyone. That was a lot of information by FCS for the last few meetings and the most thorough look at our rates that we have ever done that I've been involved in. And it's going to be welcome for some people and additional fees for others. But we do feel that this is much more fair to what people are actually doing in the long run. And thank you, everyone, for participating in that.
Thank you very much.
All right. Let me reorganize here for just 30 seconds. All right, our next item is a public hearing. Oh, if I can find my script, hold on. A public hearing for the continuation of middle housing, file number 2020-37. And our planning director will be leading us through this, but I'm going to go ahead, since this is a continuation of a hearing that we started last week. I'm going to go ahead and read the script for that. I'd like to reopen the public hearing on the legislative amendments to the Hood River zoning code related to middle housing, file 2020-37 and ordinance 2061. This is a continuation of the hearing first opened on March 8th, continued to tonight to address a noticing requirement raised at the March 8th meeting and to take additional public testimony. Let me begin with a brief description of tonight's process and a few disclosures required by state law. First, I will describe the order of events for tonight's hearing. We will first hear from staff, and then we will secondly hear testimony from the public. After that, we may discuss the draft, deliberate, and may choose to continue the hearing prior to rendering a decision. Our decision, however, is not final until it is reduced to writing and officially issued. All of our decisions are final, and when the written decision is issued, may be appealed to the Land Use Board of Appeals. However, to appeal one of our decisions, you must participate either orally or in writing before the close of the record. Here are some of the basic rules for presenting the testimony in tonight's hearing. Please present testimony after being recognized as the speaker. Begin with your name and hopefully you've given your address to Jen prior to signing up this evening. Please limit your testimony to issues that are relevant to the proposal and the approval criteria. If you believe that other or different criteria apply, please identify those and explain why you think they are. Finally, we may set time limits on the presentation of testimony tonight, although there is no limitation on written argument that may be submitted. That is it in way of procedural introduction for tonight's hearing. If anyone has any questions about the process as we go forward, feel free to raise your hand and ask them during the public testimony portion of the hearing. We will try and, since we're doing this via Zoom, we will try to keep a lookout for hands that are being raised regarding procedural issues or perceived procedural issues. We'll go ahead and now hear from staff. And I believe I have 19 people that have signed up to speak this evening. And we normally give about 3 minutes, and we will go ahead and do that. So our testimony is probably going to take about an hour this evening, but we'll go ahead with staff report, and then we will start public testimony. Go ahead, Dustin.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to bring up a hopefully presentation for you. As mentioned, this is a continuation of a public hearing 2020-37, and the purpose of tonight's meeting is to hear testimony from the public and council discussion prior to any legislative action. I wanted to take the opportunity to thank everyone also who's been submitting information, taking the time to participate in the public hearing in writing or in comments. We appreciate that. For those of you just joining in, the purpose of this legislative amendment from the 2020 work plan is to establish a clear process and regulatory framework to allow greater diversity of housing and housing types that would be implemented in a standalone code for uses permitted outright, such as duplexes, single-family homes, and townhouses in some form of each of our residential zones, to be reviewed under clear and objective standards through expedited review processes. Tonight will be the 13th public meeting since council adopted its 2020 work plan, which initiated this project. In your last meeting, I provided you the staff report and a summary. So tonight I just wanted to follow up on some issues that were raised or re-raised since our last meeting. First off, we've taken quite a bit of public feedback that the code is drafted is going to allow 12 units per standard lot in our R2 and R3 zones, which is not really how the code is drafted, and nor is it accurate. So to clarify this for everyone's benefit, as written, the code prescribes the amount of area per dwelling unit, 2,500 square feet in our R1 zone and 1,500 square feet for our larger end of the spectrum of the middle housing in R2 and R3. Further, the draft caps the total number of dwelling units that could be developed in a single project. This is a maximum 6 in R1, which at that size would require about 15,000 square feet or more than 2 standard lots. The draft code puts a maximum number of dwelling units in R2 at 8. So you could not have a project that had more than 8 dwelling units. This would require anywhere between 10,000 and 15,000 square feet of area, or 2 to 3 standard lots. And then the code caps the number of dwelling units at 12 in the R3 zone, which were at this rate would require between 15,000 and 18,000 square foot of site area, which would be between 3 and 4 lots, standard lots it would take to build that many units. The graphic that you have on the screen comes from your March 1st meeting, and it represents some anticipated outcomes based on the draft code that was presented on March 1st at your workshop. Looking at our R2 and R3 5,000 square foot standard lots. The depictions to the right represent really some of the max densities that would be built out. This shows a 3-unit configuration as well as a 4-unit. The 4-unit being units less than 800 square feet. So the idea that 12 could fit on here is really, that's not really aligned with what the code is drafted to do. This should represent graphically what the outcome, what we could anticipate as an outcome from our test fits. And this issue really overlaps with some of the other comments we got regarding market and test fits. Before we even got into code writing, we used an outside architecture firm to run test fits in our typical lot sizes to help inform the code set and to see what would be possible under some revised regulations. From that look, and early on, we took some council direction that was addressed at narrowing the gap between what was already permitted in our code and started to break down some of the individual code issues and parameters. We blended some of the existing Hood River code regulations with some amendments that were addressed to really address some of our code issues that we have now, and adapted some industry practices from our neighboring communities that incorporate these regulations today, which we've discussed at various meetings and at various points over the process. I also wanted to use this to illustrate some of the outcomes. To the far left is a 14,000 square foot lot, which would be 2 R1 lots in Hood River. Initially, this code started out looking at 7 permitted units as a test fit. As we went through the process, as we introduced regulations and did refinements, this actually came down to about 5 dwelling units, which would be the maximum building area in this code. This was a result of including and working in additional setbacks and parking requirements. The middle unit on your screen is a test fit for a duplex, a detached duplex or 2 cottages on a standard R1 lot. These are 2 1,100 square foot, call it cottages or smaller units. And this remains the maximum density that would be permitted on a 7,000 square foot lot under the middle housing code as drafted now. And to the right is a 10,000 square foot lot or 2 R1 lot, or excuse me, 2 R2 lots. And the maximum density on that if you had units over 800 square feet is 6. All these tests were presented before City Council as well as Planning Commission prior to the review of the code and really helped envision what the outcome would be for buildings that followed the design standards and some of the regulations. Moving on to height, this code was drafted with a custom height calculation to promote compact dwellings intended to be compatible with traditional neighborhood designs. Again, as deliberated, Planning Commission didn't recommend the height change, but recommended that the height be looked at citywide. As staff who uses this code, we agree that a citywide evaluation would be helpful, but we did not recommend perpetuating some of the current height standards and issues in the current code, and instead looked at a customized approach that considered some desired design outcomes, looked at some of the infill constraints, and eliminated some of the ambiguities that we have with the current code and some difficulties in administering it. On to parking, to fit the housing code product line with parking while allowing some flexibility. Not unlike the building height request, there's a specific code recommendation tailored and built into this code for parking rates. This included a parking location look and limiting the number of access points to be more in line with the traditional single-family neighborhood, promoting the availability of on-street parking, having fewer disruptions in sidewalk and tree planting opportunities within the right-of-way. And this is currently addressed in the code by limiting those curb cuts and preventing parking from being located between the building and the front units. Other issues that have been a topic of interest since our last meeting, landscaping. Currently, you do not have a single family duplex or townhome landscape requirement outside just the right-of-way. This code implements a landscape area, planting plans, and tree preservation requirements, unlike other parts of your code. Building separation came up quite a bit. This code outlines the building separation that covers not only the minimum building code, but anticipates some owner and occupant obligations for future access and maintenance. The code standard is not unlike other codes in the area, using a 10-foot separation, such as the city of Bend uses a 10-foot separation, and they just amended their standards once again, keeping that in place. Transportation was addressed, as addressed in the staff report. We typically will look at transportation planning rule, the TPR rules, when we do quasi-judicial zone changes and legislative changes. For the purpose of middle housing, the state and our partner organizations who handle TPR rule administration has exempted the need for TPR findings using House Bill 2001, as well as the administrative rules in 660. And so prior to working on this code, we discussed this with the DLCD staff, the Department of Land Conservation and Development, who confirmed the safe harbor provision for TPR findings for municipalities who incorporate middle housing regulations into their code set. So really, this is my roundup of what has occurred in the past week. I'm here for questions. Again, I wanted to thank everyone for weighing in. I know you have a host of people who want to participate tonight, but I'll be here, and any questions you have, I'd love to take them.
Thank you, Dustin. I think that we'll go. Does anyone have any question specifically for Dustin right at this moment? I'd like to get to, if people don't, I'd like to get to public testimony right away because people have been waiting. Write down your questions and I'm sure we can ask more when we get done with public testimony. Unless you have to ask it right now. But if you want to ask it right now, you want to say something, Megan? Okay, all right. I thought you might, but I wasn't sure. Okay, we're going to go ahead. I'm Jonathan. I think you'll be queuing our people up. So I'll give you a couple of names so you can see who to queue up. The first person will be Tina McNerthney, and then Lenore Perconti.
Hi, can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Tina. Go ahead.
Can you also see me this time? I tried to make sure I honor the request to show my space. So hopefully you can see.
No, we can't see you.
Oh, well, let's see, video. Well, I'm sorry that I don't know how to figure. I use Zoom every day, but this one, for some reason, I am
If I
not
may
able.
interject, as city protocol, taking a public comment, we only allow for audio.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong on your end.
Sounds good. Well, thank you for that. I thought last week someone had mentioned it. I testified last week, but I was in such a hurry. I figured I'd just slow down and give another minute here. One thing I wanted to thank you for addressing again the affordable housing issue in our city. And given one point I wanted to raise that others have raised in written testimonies, I think that given that we're in the midst of a pandemic, where in particular working middle class and lower income households have been disproportionately burdened, I do find it a little concerning that those very households that the middle housing code is intended to benefit are not likely as able to be at the table as much as they ought to be. And during that year 2020 is when much of this middle housing code was under discussion. People dealing with children at home, Zoom all the time. By the time they get to 6 o'clock on a Monday night, I think it's a lot to ask them to get on a Zoom meeting. And I guess just that and the general injustices, sometimes a lack of the same kinds of resources as maybe higher income families. I have a concern about having gone through this process during the pandemic when, talking to neighbors, I can't even easily talk to my neighbors. So it's just harder to have conversations in the community about this. That's my input. The other main point I have today is I feel that if the code is going to permit fourplexes, as I understand it, in the residential zones R2 and higher, but and you may correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like fourplexes will not be allowed in the R1 zone. I'm not sure if you want to clarify if I'm incorrect or correct about that. Maybe Dustin can.
I think Dustin will just have to clarify that
Okay.
later on.
Later? Okay.
But he
So
can
as
write-
I understand it, I'll just go on as I understand it, R1 zone does not permit the fourplex as proposed. And I would say that excluding fourplexes from the R1 zone, which actually has the largest lots, as was nicely demonstrated a few minutes ago, is kind of an inequitable thing. It's actually inequitable, and it will exacerbate socioeconomic divisions. I believe that, as you guys have discussed, the way to ensure compatibility with existing homes in R1 would be to implement a citywide design standard to avoid things like the ugly boxes that we all don't like, that are tall 3-story boxes or certain types of townhomes. I sincerely believe that in the R1 zone, we should encourage the kinds of density that we're also building into the other zones, and that it should go across all of them. I think that will create a more socioeconomically diverse community. And I also just wanted to applaud you for looking at things such as sloped roofs or other ways to ensure compatibility, because one of the worst things about some of the newer housing is that it's just like boxes taking up as much of the lot as possible. So I'm very pleased that the middle housing code has some room for some green space standards and some other considerations like setback and roof styles and design. So yeah, that's my feedback. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Tina. So Lenore is next, and then Mike Kitts.
Hi, thanks for allowing me to speak. My name is Lenore Perconti, Human Resources Supervisor at Mount Hood Meadows. Personally, I rent an ADU on Blackberry Drive. However, for this comment, I am speaking on behalf of Mount Hood Meadows and Cooper Spur Mountain Resort. Mount Hood Meadows is supportive of the proposed middle housing code. As an employer, the lack of local affordable housing for middle income workers translates to challenges in retention and recruiting and threatens our ability to innovate and generate business. Meadows employs a core team of around 150 year-round staff, seasonal managers. These are skilled administrators, tradespeople, professionals, and leaders. Our core team wants to be here in the Gorge, and they want to contribute to the community, and they want to be able to see life in the gorge as sustainable for them long term. Data gathered by Meadows indicates that most of this core group who are seeking to purchase a home cannot afford to buy in Hood River or the local area. In exit interviews, employers cite the dismal prospect for homeowners and lack of housing security as one of the main reasons they choose to seek employment and move to a more affordable location outside of the gorge. As an employer and economic driver in the region, Meadows has and will continue to take steps to address housing insecurity for our team. Advocating for the missing middle is one of the many efforts we have made to address this issue. A few other examples include partnering with local landlords via the Turns for Tenants program, taking on 2 master leases with local property management entities to provide affordable seasonal housing, paying $1 above the required minimum wage, and exceeding industry salary benchmarking. One of the arguments we often hear in response to the affordable housing crisis in the community is that businesses simply need to pay their employees more, and that will solve the issue. It's documented has experienced a significant increase in home prices over the last several years, and that trend continues today. Businesses in the area simply cannot keep pace by raising prices for our services and paying exponentially higher wages year after year. This is not sustainable. The lack of housing inventory in the gorge is the nail in the coffin for employers trying to provide livable wages, retain valuable talent, and sustain business growth. Pursuing the Middle Code will help address the housing inventory and affordability issues. Meadows believes that it will positively contribute to the local economy. Mount Hood Meadows is fully supportive of the Missing Middle Code and looks forward to engaging with the city and community on solutions that will allow for our employees, the business, the economy, and the community to thrive. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Lenore. So Mike Kitts is up next, and then Susan Crowley.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Mike.
I push the unmute button. Okay, I sent you a long-winded email that I'm not going to read the whole thing, but there are a few points I want to make on it about the middle housing. Listening to Dustin's presentation, I think it would, if people are skeptical of some of the ideas in the middle housing thing, they should go by 1229 McKinley Court. That was something Greg Crafts and I did about 20 years ago, and it's actually 6 standalone homes on a 15,000 square foot infill lot. And it works really well. I've got 14 off-street parking spaces on it, and the homes are about 1,100 square feet. And it fits the neighborhood. It's a good example of an infill lot, in my opinion, one of the best ones in town, if I do say so myself. And another thing I think people could go look at too is a project that we just turned over to Mike Kettler up at the end of 30th Street. It's called Tanner Ranch. And we went around and around with the city trying to get a PUD design for that. And it was going to be a bunch of little cottage homes, 1,100 square foot. We could fit about 40 little houses there in a PUD format. But the requirements the city asked for just made it so we couldn't do it. We had to give up too much land. If this middle housing ordinance had been in effect right now, there would be, there'd be a cute little neighborhood of cottage style starter homes finished and occupied, instead of what's going to happen is, 30 gigantic townhomes on that property. So it didn't have to be like that, but it is, and we're forced into doing that. So the points I'm making is that the PUD process has become increasingly difficult to access in the last 20 years, to the point where many developers won't even consider it. It forces builders instead to put up the biggest, tallest structures to offset land and development costs. I'll support anything that helps create affordable housing in this town, but I really think this ordinance doesn't go nearly far enough to sway developers into changing their routine. If expedited permit processing and willingness to interpret codes to benefit the builders and other incentives aren't part of the equation, then I'm afraid the middle housing ordinance will be underutilized. Also, it's really disappointing to hear people being so negative about this. I'd like to know why the opponents would deny the opportunity for teachers, nurses, public employees, basically anyone working in this town to have any hope of home ownership. A survey done by the state found that people are equally opposed to density and sprawl. That is the reality of what you're dealing with here. Council should make decisions based on the public good. Closing the door on working families is not in the public good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Susan Crowley's next, and then Justine Van Hoot.
Good evening. I'm Susan Crowley. I live in Hood River. And I wanted to first start by letting you know that I think there are lots of good aspects to this proposal. I actually helped organize the missing middle presentation that happened about 2016, 2017. And Heather and I largely put that together. So that kind of got that conversation rolling. I've done tours of Portland missing middle, not developments, but housing situations. And I'm very impressed by things like the smaller footprints, the reduced bulk that's being advocated. The parking in the rear is tremendously important in terms of streetscapes and friendly places to walk for everybody. And the landscaping requirements are great. Although it is hard to keep a 2-inch tree alive, I know that. I do have concerns about increased lot coverage and runoff, but I've talked to you about those, and I'll pass on because I wanted to talk constructively, if possible, about overload concerns for the streets. This town, as we all know, has some very old streets, some very narrow streets. A lot of places there are no continuous sidewalks. Some streets actually exist on cliff sides virtually. And we don't have any Portland area type public transport system. And due to various constraints, we probably won't for at least a generation or two. We just don't have the ability to support that kind of infrastructure on many levels. But on page 229 of your testimony packet, I've got what I hope is a proposal you might consider, and that is to tie middle housing development to streets that can support them. Host streets that are designed to certain levels that can provide for things we very much need, which are sidewalks for pedestrians and parking lanes in street for the inevitable overflow that's going to happen because you've got a lot more population on just the same space. It's inevitable. And if possible, bike lanes. And not to mention the increase in traffic that's going to occur. And there's an actual drawing that is in your packets you're going to consider next month on your transportation system work. And that's at page 230 of your testimony packet. And do look at it if you can, because that's the kind of street that will provide the kind of infrastructure for streets that this kind of intensified density needs. Otherwise, we are going to have just a mess and we won't know about it until after the fact. And I think it's something everybody wants, including the developers. In the new development areas, it's going to be less of an issue, but there are streets that simply won't support increased density.
Susan, you need to wrap up, please.
I will. Thank you so much. There are some procedural errors that I've mentioned. They exist. There is, at this point, very few people really know what's going on. And I really do think you need to defer decision-making on this until more people can give you the kinds of good ideas that you're likely to get tonight on how to make this actually a better package. Not stop it, but make it better. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Sarah Bellison is after Justine Van Hoot. Justine, you may have to press *6. I'm not sure if you can hear me, Justine. Okay, it looks like your mute's off. Are you there? We cannot hear you. Yeah, you're not coming through at all. Jonathan, let's go to Sarah Bellison, and then we will come back to you, Justine, and we'll try you again in a little bit, because we have so many people we need to get through. And then after Sarah is Matt Rutledge.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me? All right.
Is this Sarah?
Yeah, this is Sarah. Hi.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Okay. Well, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very complicated issue. I've been a staff volunteer, a staff and volunteer at the Hood River Warming Shelter for the last 4 years, a lifelong environmental activist and lover of both people and nature. And I understand on many levels the complexity of this issue. Working with the homeless, I met a man who had lived for 20 years in his pickup truck at Ruthton Park until he was in his 60s and was finally able to qualify for an apartment in the Indian Creek Village apartment. So I do understand this on a very personal level to some extent. The need for human habitation, the need for manageable town size, the need for recreation, the needs of nature are always going to present conflict, as they're often in opposition. What we decide to do as a community once it's done will be difficult to reverse. So we must, I feel, take this slowly and carefully, not giving into the pressure to develop and grow quickly. And I recognize that you guys have been working on this for years. I've only lived here for 3 years. So the small town flavor of Hood River and beautiful old homes here are what make this place so special. And having space around homes for gardens and open view corridors, as well as habitat for local flora and fauna, are important parts of life in Hood River. And having permeable land to absorb rainwater runoff is vital for preventing flooding. Increasing density and paving over nature can have negative impact on many levels. Affordable housing is needed here in Hood River. Well-placed, decent apartment buildings that are on public transit lines, the CAT bus, are a good way to use land, help reduce homelessness, and increase diversity in our town. Changing setback rules to make it easier for a homeowner to create more housing on their property with ADUs, but with enough regulation to prevent full land coverage and overuse of a property is another possibility. Perhaps requiring a certain number of years of reduced rent on an ADU in exchange for leniency on setbacks to build could lead to more housing. Giving tax deductions to local homeowners who build rental property for long-term rather than vacation housing is another possibility to increase affordable housing. We're a small town and a wonderful town where many people want to live, and the sad reality is that we can't all live here. Putting, I don't know, to me, 4 to 12 cottages on one small city lot seems excessive, and tearing down historic, beautiful housing seems tragic. Maybe some people would like to turn their houses into apartments, these bigger houses, and that would also increase housing. Anyway, it is what will happen if this sort of zoning change goes through. And it feels like we could be creative, but that this feels extreme to me. Although hearing more about it, I have a better idea of what's going on. So thank you for that opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Let's go with Matt Rutledge, and then if Justine is on, we'll try to go back to Justine and see if she can, we can hear her again. So let's go with Matt.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
We can hear you, Matt.
Great. Neighbors and members of the council, my name is Matt Rutledge, and I'm an owner at 813 May Street. I've lived in the East May Street neighborhood for the past 18 years and have lived in Hood River for nearly 21 years. In this time, I've witnessed Hood River change dramatically. As noted, real estate prices have skyrocketed and the availability of homes for middle-income residents has become nearly zero. I have friends, neighbors, and colleagues who are currently searching for affordable housing in Hood River, and I agree we are in a housing crisis that needs to be addressed. However, I must recommend that the City Council not approve the proposed middle housing zoning changes. While these changes may increase the quantity of developable land, it does not ensure that these developments will fit the middle housing needs. There's no assurance that developers will build housing that fits pricing that is accessible by middle income residents. What it does is provide the opportunity for developers to cash in on more dense zoning and to build dwellings that maximize profits in a demand-driven economy. In the Gorge, not only is real estate at a premium, but construction labor costs are higher than in the Willamette Valley because of extreme demand. Additionally, material costs have skyrocketed, with framing lumber prices increasing 180% between February 2020 and 21, as reported by the National Association of Home Builders. These increased costs will be passed down to the consumer. It is impossible with zoning alone to ensure developments meet the middle housing target and stay in this inventory long-term. Additionally, the quality of life of existing homeowners will be significantly impacted by these proposed changes. When I purchased the house that we currently live in, I could reasonably expect that my neighbors would continue to be single-family dwellings, or at most, two-family dwellings. I should not have had to expect a potential of 8 additional residences stacked up next to and behind our home. With this in mind, the impact of the zoning change will be most deeply felt by the existing middle-income residents of the city, as it is unlikely that a developer will scrape a multi-million-dollar residence on Sherman, while a $500,000 property that is considered a fixer-upper on Prospect, which recently had a list of cash buyers ready to jump in and build. The reality is that this zoning will impact those that already own modest homes that are the backbone of our community and fit the demographic this change attempts to target. Finally, the statement in the planning department findings, it reads, there is no evidence that middle housing or other types of multi-unit development impacts nearby property values in single-family neighborhoods. As development has occurred in the city, property values have continued to grow over time, generally increasing as land has been subdivided and developed into individual housing units. In no way can be determined as related to the long-term value of a home in Hood River, and should be examined in the context of non-land constrained developments. Correlation is not causation, and the current state of the real estate market in Hood River cannot provide adequate perspective to sufficiently determine whether or not single-family home will be negatively affected by dense multifamily developments adjacent to it. The planning department has not adequately proved that these zoning changes will not negatively affect property values as outlined in criteria 1780-020C3. Because of this and the other reasons I've outlined, I ask you to reject the proposed zoning changes.
Thank you, Matt. Let's see if we can get Justine back.
Am I there? Do you hear
Good.
me?
We can hear you, Justine. Go ahead.
Yay, sorry about that.
That's okay. We got you
Hello,
now.
thanks. Hello, my name is Justine Von Houte. I moved to Hood River in 2003 and feel very lucky to have been able to buy a home at that time. It was just above town on June Street in a nice neighborhood with many small, very modest homes. I agree that we need to address the affordable housing issue in Hood River. Since 2003, I have seen town grow immensely. Congestion in the Heights has gotten a lot worse and traffic flows are difficult. Over the years, I have watched as many houses and city lots have been built on and smaller sized parcels have been developed with multiple dwellings. I have friends who cannot buy homes here because of the availability of homes and skyrocketing prices for even the most modest homes or teardowns. This is not a problem unique to us. I came from another resort town, Telluride, Colorado, which has many similar challenges to building and affordable housing. Telluride, like Hood River, has a boundary that they need to build within. Although unlike Hood River, I feel that they have done a very good job of building affordable, lower and middle income housing for shop workers, ski area employees, and service people to buy into. They built 2 or 3 developments of forever deed restricted primary residence homes for people who wanted to live there. They could have renters living with them, but they needed to be the primary residence of the homeowner. They were priced modestly, but were quality construction and each had small gardens and some private outdoor space. I felt like they were much like the Mike Kitts developments that went in on Katie's Lane and off West May Street years ago. The difference is that in Telluride, these housing developments are for people who truly want to live in those residences and are invested in the community. They don't ever go back for sale for market value. This, I feel, is a sustainable approach to affordable housing. I think we have seen that just by adding more houses has not done anything to help people like Eddie Petroselli, who spoke the other night. I live next to 2 homes that are old and in some disrepair on nice larger lots. Does this new zoning idea make these homes worth upwards of $1 million because they can now have 4 to 12 dwellings on them? I see wealthy developers and second homeowners coming in and capitalizing on this. Is it fair for those who bought in an area which had certain zoning to enjoy a bit of space around their homes, to now have that change to a high density zoning where more and more second homeowners are buying up every property they can. Does this solve our housing problem in the long run? I think we've already seen that just by building more homes, regardless of size, et cetera, does not mean that workers who want to live here necessarily can. Let's think of sustainable long-term solutions for Hood River. Subsidized, deed-restricted, primary homeowner, purposely built developments, I believe, are the answer. There are some great examples of this in many resort towns. I encourage you, the City Council and the Planning Department, to research some of these solutions and not go forth with the affordability zoning solution. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Justine. So we'll have Brian Toohey and then Kim Lubin.
Am I here?
We've got you, Brian.
Thank you. I really like a lot about this code, but I'm concerned about its effects on roads and parking and safe routes to school in particular. And I hope you find a way to make parking available. Mike Kitt's comments earlier kind of made some great points about parking. It sounds like, you know, based on his experience, it's possible to have it. He's done it. I'm familiar with the developments he's talking about. It's important that this code be consistent with the needs and desires and input received from the community. And as proposed, this code change delivers those unintended consequences while falling short of meeting the community expectations. The community has stated pretty clearly that there is a need for affordable and workforce housing, and this proposal doesn't deliver that. So in your 2021 community input survey, missing middle, for example, was mentioned twice, and affordable 33 times. Comments from the 63 people that took that same type of survey on the same subject in 2020, they were overwhelmingly, I think, you know, one mention of missing middle and lots of comments about affordable housing. And even the comments last week, and it appears like it's happened again this week, were overwhelmingly clear that these changes should emphasize affordable and workforce housing. So my suggestions to remedy this are that you should require 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling for market rate homes. Maybe provide a parking density bonus for homes only in the situation that meet affordability criteria, such as being deed restricted, like Justine just said. I think that's a great idea. And I think it'd be nice if you could make changes to this code that'll align it with the original stated intent from, you know, that's apparent from those surveys and will meet the needs and desires of our community. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Brian. Then we have Kim Lubin, and then we'll have Brian Robb.
Thank you. Well, I have to say I am brand new here. I've never been to a city council meeting before. And although affordable housing is important to me, I have not been up on this issue here in Hood River until recently. I'm really moved to speak, and I will be very brief. I'm not even sure what I want to say is exactly on point, but I'm moved to speak really just because of some personal experiences here in Hood River. I think for me, in my work, I'm a professional here in Hood River, and I see people who are not housed. And I am not necessarily speaking about the warming shelter that is wonderful and where I have volunteered, but I know of a young professional woman who recently she has been hired in a medical job, and she has been sleeping at friends' houses and briefly in her car because she is absolutely unable to find housing. The reason I said I'm not even sure what I'm talking about is on point, although she definitely would like to buy a home. Right now, she can't even rent, and I know that's not the exact focus of what you're talking about here, but in the larger issue. And another single parent with her daughter who works for one of our companies here in Hood River, she is couch surfing with relatives right now because she is unable to buy or rent. And then one last one who is certainly financially stable, a friend, and she of course has left town and has gone to outside of Vancouver, which is easier for her. But when I heard about this meeting and was thinking about these people, it just occurred to me that there's something off here. There's just something wrong. And I just felt that I wanted to just be public with my voice. I am very warm and housed myself in a lovely home I've had for many years. I'm very grateful. But I do support your work on this issue, and I'm very supportive of this particular work that you're doing right now. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Kim. So we have Brian Robb and then Linda Maddox.
Hello there, councilors and mayor. I assume you can hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Thank you for hearing my thoughts on the middle housing ordinance, as well as considering my written testimony against proposed ordinance 2061, which I have provided to you. I have lived in Hood River for almost 34 years, coming here from Bend. Bend is a prime example of how a massive increase in population density can have many adverse effects and work to destroy the quality of life in a small town. I'm in contact with many longtime Bend residents, and they are almost unanimously appalled by what has happened to their once idyllic community. Were Ordinance 2061 to become law, Hood River may very well head down the unfortunate path of Bend. You're considering this ordinance at the height of the COVID crisis via, via the Zoom system. While this system is necessary to avoid spreading the deadly virus, it utterly fails in providing the in-person public input needed for you to come to a conclusion that the citizens of our town truly want. Developers and other special interests use the Zoom system to their advantage and are comfortable with its operation, whereas the general public often is left out. This ordinance is deeply flawed. It puts forth assumptions on population growth as if they were cast in stone. It throws out a zoning system that has served the city well over decades and installs a completely new system that is untried and fraught with a very real prospect of disastrous consequences. Considerations of traffic, schools, parking, medical services, utilities, employment opportunities, and so forth are ignored or given cursory attention. The ordinance puts the burden of developing affordable housing solely on the city of Hood River and ignores the interconnectivity of all the communities in the Mid-Columbia region. Hood River should not be going on this alone. I also wish to question the assumption that this ordinance will create more affordable housing. I feel that increased density does not, as a caveat, lower housing costs. Bend has an even higher housing cost than Hood River with greater density. Furthermore, this ordinance fails to consider that the city has areas that can handle increased density and areas that cannot. The ordinance instead puts forth an approach that massive development should occur everywhere. An effective zoning ordinance should consider that every piece of residential property is not the same and apply appropriate standards, taking into account the consideration of the unique characteristics of various parts of the community. In closing, I ask that the city to immediately put the brakes on this headlong development approach, wait for in-person public hearings to occur, and allow all segments of our community to be given equitable access to information and the fair opportunity to provide their input. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Linda Maddox and then Laura Dunn.
Can you hear me, Kate?
We can hear you, Linda, loud and clear.
Okay, let me just, am I loud and clear? Okay, thank you. Linda Maddox, Dana Lane, and Hood River. I'm sorry, I'm going to be negative, and I'm the last person. Please read my written testimony, because what I'm going to say is very general. The sweeping changes to our current zoning code will change the look, the feel, and the livability of our city forever. It is a huge change in public policy regarding what is allowed to be built in all our residential zones, R1 to C1. It is developer driven, and the city will lose control over zoning by giving carte blanche to developers as long as they build densely spaced housing. There's no public review and no right of appeal by anyone. Every residential lot in Hood River from R1 to C1 is at risk for becoming very dense housing. Is that what we want? Planning run amok, ruining our city and the place we call home for growth at all costs. Plain and simple, this new ordinance allows too much development in our small city. If the new code becomes law, there is no assurance for any landowner or homeowner what type or kind of very dense development will be adjacent or across the street from their own property. And there should be no realistic expectation that current zoning will remain. All it takes is a developer offering to build middle housing next door to lower the value of your home, most likely your single largest investment. It is unnerving. There's no security in home ownership under this scenario. Please reject this ordinance. I think we can do better. And please read my testimony, which is in detail, in a lot more detail regarding the actual standards in the ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. Laura Dunn and then Adam Smith.
Hello, this is Laura. I would just like to voice my support generally for changes that will promote the building of more smaller and less expensive housing types to help alleviate the affordability crisis. My only concern is that it seems like there's very little that you can do to stop investors from buying up these homes to use as second homes, and driving up the market forces just would drive up the prices until these small homes are also out of range for our local working families. And the thought that I have is that I think it's very important for all members of our community to be able to afford comfortable housing. But I don't think that home ownership needs to be upheld as such an important goal. I think rental opportunities are also very important. And I would like the city to consider investing in being in a rental property targeting middle income group. I think that there would be opportunities with a public-private partnership with local employers on such a project for like a middle income publicly owned rental housing units. And when the big advantage there is that you could set the rules for the income levels that you want to target as residents. You can set residency requirements, and these are things that you can't do when you turn those parcels over to private ownership. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Adam Smith and then John McGrory.
Hello, everyone. This is Adam Smith, and I live at 1622 Stella Lane, just off Belmont. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and those tuning in. Thank you for hearing me tonight. I moved to Hood River just over 10 years ago after receiving a job teaching science at Hood River Middle School. As a science teacher, I explore the laws of motion with my students. The first law, the law of inertia, states that an object will not change its motion unless acted on by an outside force. This same law also seems to hold true for individuals, institutions, and cities, where inertia can imply a tendency to do nothing or remain unchanged. With this in mind, I speak to you tonight to ask the City Council to commit to fostering diverse housing options for those working in the community. About 2 years ago, I was fortunate enough to purchase a home, thanks to what was presented to me as a collaboration between the city and developers. Shout out to Mike Kitts, seeking to provide housing for folks working in the community as part of the West Side Development Plan. Earlier, a friend said to me, it was like, wow, it's kind of like you won the lottery. But let me be clear, I am nearly 40 years old, and despite decades of working hard and saving, I was barely able to afford even this, quote unquote, affordable housing in a very modest 2-bedroom home that wouldn't be adequate for growing a family. And if my home were put on the market today, I could not afford it. As you know, there is a certain amount of inertia behind the changes happening in Hood River. And as a city council, you only have so much sway over those changes. I ask you to consider, however, what you can do to foster a community where people can afford to live where they work. Perhaps it's more collaboration with developers and landowners. Perhaps it includes more innovative options, such as supporting co-housing communities. Or as Dustin was pointing out earlier, I think it's important to remember that density and livability are not mutually exclusive and perhaps key to providing access to housing where everyone in our community can afford a way in. In closing, as members of City Council, you have been elected to represent a broad array of interests in our community, and this is no easy task. That being said, as you continue to approach issues around housing, I ask that you be visionary and do everything you can to support the community which you serve. And as you make these decisions, consider whether you're doing so because it's the least disruptive path or right path that allows as many people as can afford to live here do so that are part of this community. Thanks for being a force that disrupts inertia to be a positive change. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. John McGrory and then Ben Mitchell.
Mayor, we had John a moment ago and it looks like he dropped off. So I will keep an eye out for him.
Okay.
And
then
put Ben Mitchell up for you.
Ben would be, and then Heather Staten would be after Ben if John doesn't get back on. Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you, Council. This is the third time I've spoken about this, and it's something that's very important to me. It's a little bit discouraging to hear people who already own homes in this town speaking out against this proposal. I understand that, some people may be acting in good faith and do want to see that, this plan becomes, even better than it is now. And if you were one of those people, then I appreciate that. I don't know that everybody is. It's funny to hear these these complaints crop up over and over again that crop up in other cities regarding affordable housing, where I feel like a lot of times they're just kind of used as excuses to do away with this housing, as opposed to things that people actually care about. For example, I know people are concerned about cars, and I hope that some of these people, if they were living here at this time, and I know that some of these people who are speaking out against this code didn't speak out or didn't speak in favor for short-term rental regulations. And, in terms of cars, I don't have any problem getting around in the winter. And I live on, sorry, I guess I didn't mention this. I live at 1322 Lincoln Street. It's funny, actually, my neighbor's house is actually one of the houses that is on the Eco Northwest, study there. And, in the winter, there's no problem getting around, but in the summer, where my street is half vacation rentals that are dark in the winter, there's lots of cars on the street, and that's the time that parking is an issue. And, you know, as for density, I haven't heard a lot of people speak out against these luxury townhomes that have gone up. So, you know, if you have a problem with density, I wonder if people have the same problems with those. In regards to people moving here for the beautiful homes in Hood River, I don't think it's the homes that make this town beautiful. I think it's the people that live here. And I want to live with people that live and work in this community and build a life here and want to participate in it. And there's been a lot of talk about character. And to me, that is a far more important character to judge, not about what a house looks like. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. And I don't know, has John come back on? Have you seen him?
He has, and I'm going to promote him presently.
Okay.
This is John McBride. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you now, John.
Okay, thanks. I apologize. I was having a problem with my internet, and I guess that happens, huh?
Yeah.
Let me, Mayor, thank you, and Council, thank you. John McBride, 21 East Hazel. I am actually proud to be here today. I'm proud to see so many other people in the community voicing their concerns. This is, as we've seen in the last year, when our democracy has been threatened, this is democracy in action. We get to hear from the citizens about what they think. Abraham Lincoln said, "Public sentiment is everything. With public sentiment, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed." And with that quote, Mayor and members of the council, I will bring you to the first problem here. That is, you have not provided sufficient notice to this community about what you're acting on right now. As you can see, in the last couple of weeks, more people have found out by word of mouth, and it's spread, and we're having more people speak up against this. But without public sentiment, without giving people the opportunity to know what's going on and listening to them, we don't have democracy, we don't have fairness. That's point number one. And from that point, I would ask you this: don't close public testimony tonight. Give this more time, give it more notice. Don't take any action that would nail down the terms of this. Secondly, let me say that I do support this ordinance with respect to some parts of the city. And I don't make any judgments about what parts would be good or what parts would be bad. But I do think it needs a targeted approach. It just cannot be something that is imposed citywide. As others have said tonight, we have a zoning system already in this city. Many people, for example, when they moved into R1, they expected the benefits, or they might be viewed as detriments, but if they live in R1, they can expect certain things. Here's what I can expect as an R1 homeowner. The code says that I need to have a lot of 7,000 square feet, and that I can only put a single family residence on it, and that I must have parking, off-street parking for 2 cars. That's what the code says about R1. That's what people who live in R1 expect. When you enact this ordinance, what you are doing for R1 is you are saying, oh, we don't need 5,000 square feet in R1, or 7,000, we can do it with 5,000 square feet in R1. And we can have 2 units on our R1 5,000 square foot lot. And we only need 1 car per unit. That's a problem. That's a problem in the people that live here in R1. They don't have the expectation, or they don't have the knowledge that a group like you, the respected councilors and mayor, can come in and change things just like that. And there are other requirements in other zones, which I won't get to. But the other thing I wanted to mention, and I'll try to do it quickly.
Yeah, John, wrap up very quickly.
Point.
Okay.
Yeah, one more point. Thank you, Mayor. But I don't think this point has been made, so I want to make it. The findings and conclusions of the Planning Commission were forwarded with this ordinance to the city council for consideration. The planning commission had to consider various criteria in order to pass this along to you. And one of them was that high quality infill development must be compatible with existing neighborhoods. We know, like I say, this is probably a great program for some neighborhoods, for some it is not. But you guys won't apparently make that decision. But let's talk about that. We know we have a variety of neighborhoods in Hood River.
John, you're already at 4, you're just gone to 4 minutes. So I'm gonna have you stop, and we're gonna go to the next person. You've spoken once before, and I know that we've gotten your point. So thank you very much.
Yeah, but Mayor, may I just say this, the ordinance changes every time we have a meeting, okay? 3 minutes by video or by audio is not sufficient.
Well, that's what we have. And we also have written testimony that was allowed for weeks and weeks on this. So I'm gonna have to say you're done, and we are gonna go on to Heather Staten.
Hi, this is Heather Staten. I'm the Executive Director of Thrive Hood River. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are, Heather.
Lovely, thank you. I want to remind you tonight of how unradical this proposal is by comparing what's allowed under the draft code to what's allowed under your current code. The incentive this code provides developers is that they can build more doors if they build smaller homes. While you've heard testimony that this code allows simply too much development on a lot and that these projects will dwarf their neighbors, the real truth is that this code allows considerably less mass than your current code because there's a very strict limit on square footage. And I'll give you 2 examples. On a standard R1 lot, this code allows a duplex, that's all. Duplexes aren't currently allowed in R1, but ADUs are. So right now you can have 2 homes on a standard R1 lot. And if this code is adopted, you can have 2 homes on a standard R1 lot. The difference is that the current code doesn't limit the size of the main house. So you can have a 2,700 square foot single family home that also has an 800 square foot ADU for a total of 3,500 square feet. Under the middle housing code, a unit without a garage can be 1,200 square feet max for a total of 2,400 for the duplexes. That's 45% less building than under the existing code. As you know, standard R2 lots are commonly developed as large boxy townhomes, say 2,500 square foot each for a total of 5,000 square feet for the building. Under the middle housing code, a 4-plex would be allowed, but each unit has to be less than 800 square feet for a total of 3,200 square feet. In other words, townhouses built under the existing code are frequently nearly 60% larger than the largest 4-plex that would be allowed under this code. And also, you know that you have a PUD ordinance that allows much, much smaller lots in all of your zones right now. That's an existing code. Size does matter. I went online to look at homes currently for sale in Hood River. The least expensive ones were both 2-bedroom condos of about 950 square feet. While $259,000 is still a lot of money, these smaller units provide attainable homes for working folks, retired people, young families. These small homes are wonderful homes for many people. While this code would allow more dwelling units per lot, I think there's actually more danger that the financial incentives will continue to favor homes for the wealthiest people. Finally, middle housing isn't supposed to be a silver bullet that solves all of Hood River's housing problems. As the expert from Echo Northwest told you several weeks ago, you'll need silver buckshot, a whole suite of incentives and strategies to successfully address Hood River's housing issues. So approve this code and move on to the other suite of strategies. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Heather. Polly Wood is next, and then Aaron Baumecke.
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Polly. Go ahead.
Wait. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, super, excellent. Well, Mayor McBride and members of the City Council, thank you for your very important work on this middle housing development ordinance. And I do generally strongly support the middle housing as I think incorporating a variety of different types of housing will go a long way to address the city's of Hood River's lack of available housing. But again, we know it's not a silver bullet. The missing middle or smaller housing options is an old housing concept that has stood the test of time and can revitalize and create great mixed neighborhoods. I see remnants of a form of it in our older neighborhoods, and it's part of what has made them work. And so adding to community authenticity, it's high time that we bring back a compatible form, and I know that this is still a work in progress, with our existing neighborhoods. And I have one item to bring up that I don't think has been addressed tonight, and it's about the importance of preserving our older trees as we step into creating middle housing, and our town's urban canopy and how important that is. And as I looked at the height restrictions, I'm pretty comfortable as I drive around town seeing, these heights limits at 28 to 21 feet, because it does seem like that will leave enough room for those established trees. But I just want to express that it's important to preserve them and strive to incorporate them as much as possible, with maybe a little up pruning if at all it has to happen, but keeping these sizes lower and smaller in square footage. It can make it easier for the developers to save very big important trees. And I just see in the ordinance as it's written out, the only bit about tree preservation is really, the inch by inch credit if they're preserving an old tree toward, I think, putting in a 2-inch tree. So I just kind of want to address the importance of preserving those trees as we create mixed housing. And I look at the townhouses. There's some townhouses down on 7th and Cascade, and if in the northwest corner, you'll see like a locust tree has been preserved, and it sort of creeps over the edge of one of these more boxy type of townhouses. Thank God it's there, because I'm just really happy when I see big trees preserved, because it makes all the difference in the aesthetics and just the livability of having more dense housing. So that's kind of what I have to say. And then also my second point, I know that people are concerned that perhaps this housing is going in and they haven't seen park space and open space provisions, and they're worried about the increase of housing with no park space in sight. But I have to say this, that even if it's not written in stone or soil, we have started somewhere, and that is that last September, the Hood River Parks and Rec District took a big step, and by entering into a 2-year option agreement to buy the Blackman Skip properties near Westside Elementary School, and they are currently working on permitting processes.
Polly, I need you to wrap up, okay?
Okay, that's fine. Anyway, for those people who are here, I know this is about the middle housing, but don't forget that we can't make every decision in a vacuum, and that we also have prospects for parks online. It's just in a different segment of our community efforts. So I just want to promote that as well, for people to keep their eyes on. Okay.
Thank you, Erin. So Erin is next, and then Doug Archibald.
Mayor, I do not see either of those names currently in our attendees list. Do not have
It might be under Allie Louise Archibald under AL. That might be him.
Okay. I'm getting a pop-up saying that I need to promote this individual to a panelist because of their compatibilities in software. Are you all right with that, Mayor?
I'm not even sure what you're talking about, so.
Yeah, that's okay, Jonathan. Okay. Go ahead, Jonathan. Thank you.
Hi, Doug Archibald is here. I thought I was behind Aaron, but it seems I'm here now.
Yeah, you were, but go ahead. I don't know if do we even have Aaron?
No, Mayor, I do not see Aaron.
Okay, go ahead, Doug.
Thank you, Kate. Hi, Council. My name is Doug Archibald. I've been a Hood River resident and a realtor since 2004. In the past 5 years, housing affordability has become an increasingly acute concern for myself, my clients, local residents, and City Council. We're right to be concerned. The ability of local people to live in the town in which they work is crucial to all of our quality of life. Unfortunately, Hood River has been trending steadily away from that reality for decades. While today's home values seem astronomical, they're only one data point on the upward growth curve of prices in our town. The desirability of this area, combined with geographic and regulatory constraints to growth, suggests that our real estate prices are heading the way of some of the most notoriously expensive zip codes in the country. We've always had a steady influx of hiring migrants from more expensive markets, but with remote work becoming the new normal, demand has surged throughout the gorge, a trend that I believe will drive values aggressively in the coming years. Now is the time to take dramatic action to create affordable housing options for the future. The Middle Housing Ordinance has the potential to achieve its goals of increasing the variety of housing types, providing for smaller homes, and increasing opportunities for infill projects. What the ordinance does not do is provide any mechanism by which these new projects will create affordable homes. Increasing supply alone has not and will not drive prices down. Since 2006, for example, when the city banned short-term rental operations by out-of-town owners, partially in an effort to increase supply for owner occupants, the average Hood River sale price has increased by over 40%. That's over 40% since 2016. No density increase or creative development in Hood River will achieve affordability as long as homes are built at market cost and sold at market value. What the Middle Housing Ordinance will achieve is a density level capable of dramatically altering the nature of Hood River's established neighborhoods. The negative impact of those changes might well be an acceptable trade-off for affordable homes, but density alone will not achieve that. The only thing that will achieve affordability is for homes to be sold below market value and to be deed restricted to remain below market value in perpetuity. This is a strategy that other resort towns in the Mountain West have employed successfully, allowing their local residents the chance to live and own in the communities where they work. This type of program is a massive undertaking. The zoning component is much easier to achieve, but allowing the Middle Housing Ordinance to take effect in the absence of an actual affordable housing program allows all of the downsides of the ordinance without the benefit of creating affordable housing. I ask the City Council to pause the passage of this ordinance and instead undertake the hard work necessary to create an affordable housing ownership program. Once such a program is established, the Middle Housing Ordinance would be immensely valuable. Enacting the Middle Housing Ordinance in the absence of an affordable housing program will only serve to detract from the land ultimately available to support affordable housing in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. So I think the only person on my list that we don't have was Aaron. And there was one person that's on this, just a phone number. Do we know if that was Aaron's phone number or not?
Jen, did you receive a phone number with Aaron? I did not.
No, I was thinking he would probably go by email, so I don't think that's him.
Okay, all right. So he's that is the end of my list. We did ask people if they had a procedure question to raise their hand. And so I have two people that looks like they have their hands raised, and I don't know if it's a procedure question, but that would be the only people that should be having their hands raised on the chat right now. So there's Paula Chak, C-H-A-K, Brian Carlstrom, and now Susan Crowley. And so Dan, our city attorney, I would ask him to answer any procedure questions any of them have, because these hands that are raised should only be regarding procedure. I'm looking for Dan. Oh, there you are. Okay. Can you take these if we have these questions, Dan?
Sure, I can
Okay.
handle.
Okay, Jonathan, do you want to allow Paula Chak to speak?
Hi, this is Paula. I
Hi,
guess
do you-
my procedure question is that about, can we postpone and have further hearings on this?
That's a question for you, Dan.
Sure. This is a legislative matter, and so the council can take as long as it likes to consider this. The procedural objections that have been raised so far, the city has complied with the procedural requirements, and it's also provided additional time, additional opportunities, as indicated by the abundant comment in the record. But there's always room for more if that's what the council wants to do.
Okay, thank you.
And then Brian Carlstrom. Brian, you're not unmuted. I think you may have to push *6. Yes, we can hear you now, Brian.
Okay, so that's a good example of how much of a Luddite I am. But, you know, using this Zoom, this is the first Zoom call I've actually been involved in. And I'm pretty savvy with technology, but I really don't think that Zoom is the way to make decisions on something this important. There's a lot of people that are not able to participate. And in addition to that, a lot of people, well, like myself, for example, when I go to a council meeting, I don't necessarily plan to speak, but oftentimes I do. And with this Zoom format, it just doesn't work for me or for a lot of people. And I think that obviously we're doing it because of this COVID thing, but it does keep a lot of people out of the conversation. That's all I really, I mean, that's procedural. I got lots to say, but that's the only procedural thing I have to say.
Okay, I'll just address it a little bit. Ever since COVID started, we've been doing these Zoom meetings. We don't love them. We have all stated as soon as we can get back to in-person, we want to get back to in-person. And we had to figure out some kind of a procedure to do this, to let people speak at these meetings. And ever since we started doing this a year ago, this is how we have been doing public testimony. People sign up, by noon on the day of the meeting, and give us their name and their phone number so we can allow them to speak. So, it's not an unusual thing. We have been doing it for a year. And I don't know if you want to address it, Dan, but that's a procedure we've been doing.
I attend a lot of different kinds of internet meetings and a lot of different forums, and I think his point is well taken. This is, the worst possible way to do this, except for all the other options. And so your options are limited. It'd be great if you could hold, if you wanted to hold off until the pandemic is over and the governor lifts the orders that restrict public gatherings. But, we don't know when that's going to be. And so this provides public participation. It's not great, but that's why a lot of my meetings, we keep the record open. We continue hearings. Those are the mechanisms that are available as options to you in Zoom land.
Right. I appreciate that. And I understand the whole situation about using Zoom. I do have things that I would like to say with regard to this issue. And so I think there's others that would also like to participate that haven't spoken. And I will know in the future that I need to reserve a spot. And hopefully it'll extend the meeting for a period of time.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Susan Crowley.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention again that by participating today, have not waived the earlier procedural objections I had to lack of public notice. It's not just the 20-day notice rule that was violated because the notice was late. There's also a comp plan provision, your own comprehensive plan on goal 2, that says by any possible means, you're supposed to try to alert the public to a particular hearing date. And that's something that I have not seen addressed and that I don't think the council complied with. Thank you.
The city council, this is the third public hearing on this package proposal. And so the city has provided abundant and ongoing notice to people as to the schedule and the substance of what's before the council. I hear a lot of people objecting to how the proposal has morphed over time, but that's the nature of legislative proposals. I think the city council would be acting irresponsibly if it scheduled up a hearing on a legislative package and it did not change over time. I think it has changed in response to the abundant public testimony and participation that is still going on in this matter. And that is the nature of legislative packages as they move through the sausage making machine. It's not pretty, but it has to change in response to what the council hears, what the planning commission hears, and I believe that it has.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up from the public regarding any procedural questions. So look here. So I think that this would be a time that we would close the public hearing and begin deliberations. Do we have any? I've got two more people that have procedural questions. And let's see, if you don't raise your hand now, we will not be taking any more questions on procedural process. So Marty Dane.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is my first time doing this, so I appreciate just a second. Earlier in the testimony, I believe there was a question for Mr. Nilsen in regards to whether the changes had anything to do with R1 zoning. And Mayor, you said you would get Mr. Nilsen to respond to that. And I never heard his response. So is this a time where that might be possible?
No, we would do that in when we do our deliberations.
Okie doke. Thanks.
Susan Frolick.
Hi, everybody. I'm sorry I came in late. I didn't know if I would even be able to attend tonight. So I'm not sure if you've accepted public comment already.
We have, and we are done with public comment. This is only for procedural questions.
Okay. So I would just ask that I did submit something in writing, and I really hope you all read it, because I know that sometimes that doesn't necessarily happen. And I guess I just stay quiet now and listen for deliberations.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you won't take any more comments?
No, we did get a lot of public testimony that came in today. And in fact, it was being sent to us after 5 o'clock this evening. So there was a lot of public testimony that came in over the weekend and especially today. And the counselors all tried to read as much as we possibly could of all the testimony that came in, even though it was late today.
Okay, I guess I just would like to just end my last thing to say, just proceed with caution. So thank you so much.
All right. So we will, that's all we're going to have for procedural issues. No one else raised their hand. And do I have a motion to close the public hearing and begin deliberations on the proposed legislation?
I move to close the public hearing and move on with deliberations.
I have a motion to close the public testimony and move on with deliberations. So Tim has made that motion and Megan has seconded that. I'll do a roll call vote on that. Gladys?
Aye.
Jessica?
Aye.
Mark?
Yes.
Tim?
Aye.
Eric?
Nay.
Megan?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. All right. So the next thing will be deliberations. And I'm sure that we'll probably have additional questions of staff during our deliberations. And I know it's already late, and it's 8:45, but we need to take a 5-minute break. We've been here since 6 o'clock. So we'll take a 5-minute break, be back sharp in 5 minutes, and we'll get started. Thanks. All right, looks like everyone's back. Oh. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Looks like we have everyone back. It's 8:51. Thanks for that 5-minute break to reorganize till we get started on this. So we did have one question from the audience previous, and I had nodded my head that we could get an answer from our planning director. So if you could answer that question that we had earlier regarding changes to the R1.
Yeah, the ordinance as drafted does have changes to the R1 zone. Currently, what is permitted today is a single family home. The addition of an ADU was allowed as an added dwelling. As drafted, the Middle Housing Code would allow a duplex, either in an attached or detached configuration, limited to the house size. It would not allow a quad 4-unit attached dwelling. So as drafted, it does introduce the idea of duplex into R1, which has not been permitted in the past, but it does not impact or does not permit a 4-unit attached configuration.
So it's only a duplex, not a triplex or a fourplex.
Correct. In the code, and I believe it's under subsection A, it mentions the maximum 2 units attached per build, or 2 units per building.
Okay, so if we had a 7,000 square foot lot, how many units in the R1 could be built on that?
As proposed?
As proposed.
2 dwelling units.
2 dwelling units.
1 dwelling unit per every 2,500 square feet. So in a 7,500, it would allow 3 dwelling units. 10,000, 4 dwelling units.
Okay. All right, so I think that answers that R1 question of what could happen there. And Dustin, you explained at the very first of your, I'm just trying to clarify this first. Some of the people that were still testifying, I think it wasn't clear still what can happen and what can't happen on some of these lots, density wise. So if you could just maybe reiterate that again, like you did at the very beginning this evening.
So for the the purposes of the middle code, there's an area per dwelling unit that's set in each of the zones. For R2 and R3, at the upper reaches, we have a 1 unit per every 1,500 square feet area or density rate. On a single family or a typical lot, that would allow 3 dwelling units on a 5,000 square foot lot, which is our typical minimum lot size. We do provide the bonus for units under 800 square feet, which would allow 4 dwelling units. At the upper reaches and the maximum dwelling, you would need upwards of 15,000 square feet to start realizing some of the maximum dwellings. So in R2, you would need a 15,000 square foot lot in order to develop 8 dwelling units, which is the maximum project size as set by this code. And then in R3, the same requirement. We would just allow a little larger project, but no more than 12 units for that project. And I could bring back up the graphic if you want, if you think that'll help.
The rest of council, would you like to see that graphic again? Gladys, did you want to see it again? Are you okay?
I'm okay, but for the purposes of the callers, if I'm happy to share the graphic again, just to give folks reassurance.
Okay. Yeah, maybe if you could just bring that back up, because when I was hearing comments, they didn't seem to jive with what you had said.
Yep.
So I think it's just for clarity for people that are giving testimony.
Okay, let me like cue our graphics up quickly. Sorry, I decommissioned the PowerPoint once I finished. So
sorry. I guess one of the visuals that I was trying to get into my head while you're bringing that up was that at the current code, you can have any size main dwelling in an R1. You know, you could have a 4,000 square foot house or a 10,000 square foot house. And an 800 square foot ADU. So you can have 2 dwellings. One can be any size. The second one has to be 800 square feet. If you were doing missing middle, you couldn't have that 8,000 or 10,000 square foot home. Correct?
correct. Both dwellings would need to be under the 1,200 square foot or 1,500 if you have a garage square foot. The ADU configuration would have no restriction on the size of the main house, but the ADU itself would be limited to the 800 square feet, and they would have to be related. This code would allow land division and subsequent division of the units, whereas the ADU must remain accessory. One other point of clarification in your code, in the last section, there is an allowance for a single family home conversion that will allow up to 4 dwelling units. So this wouldn't be a new development, but the conversion of a single family home within an R1 can allow up to 4 dwelling units. And that's a special provision that's written into the code as well, under existing single family homes.
Okay, I think I think I know of at least one between already in, I think it's in the historic district downtown off of State Street, that is an older historic home that's got at least 4 units in it.
Which would be typical.
Would be typical, okay, of what we're talking about, okay.
So this is
conversion.
This is from a standard R1, or excuse me, R2 lot of 5,000 square feet. And this is the look, the 2 on the right, the far right would be the maximum number of dwelling units that could be built on our test pits based on this lot size. The 3 units at 1,200 to 1,500 square feet with the garage included, and then up to 4 with that would be no more than 800 square feet.
Okay, great. I think hopefully that'll clarify for some of the people that gave testimony of what we're talking about and what we're not talking about. You know, the Planning Commission has been going over this a lot, and you know, they deal with this all the time, and we've been getting up to speed on it. And I know that, you know, it sometimes when you read down through these columns, it's what the heck does that actually really mean? And so I think it's helpful to have these diagrams so people can see what we're talking about. All right, does any other questions for Dustin before we kind of get started on discussion of some of these items? Eric?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I did have a couple questions for Dustin, and you asked me earlier to hold them, so here I am. First, I did notice, Dustin, that there was a provision in the ordinance that was in last week's version, but not this week's version, that related to short-term rentals, and there was a bar in the version before, and it seems like we've eliminated the bar to short-term rentals in the current version. Wondered if you could speak to that.
That's correct. And I tried to flag this in your cover memo so that it didn't slip by. Based on what I was getting from council feedback, the short-term rental regulation, the prohibition on top of existing regulations was omitted from this as a zoning draft. That would not, and we cannot preempt the licensure requirement. So these units in the R1, R2, and R3 zones would still have the parking requirement. They would still have the residency requirement for new short-term rentals. But in the C1 zone, as written, you would still have to follow the parking requirement, but it wouldn't have a residency requirement. This simply, as written, would yield the short-term rental regulations or reserve that exclusively to your existing licensing requirement. It wouldn't add another layer of prohibition onto it.
Thank you. A couple other quick questions. I haven't been dealing directly with a lot of the developers who I understand have been involved with this. I just wondered if you had a sense, do we believe that we have developers who are ready to sort of jump on this code and pursue development options? Do we have that sense that will happen, that this will be pursued by developers?
I think at your last meeting, we had at least one developer affirm that they would go forward with it. And I believe that was Mike Kettler of IBC, who has a couple subdivisions, who I believe, if you check the record, represented he would put forth this development under his ability. That's really the one affirmative that I have regarding developers' willingness to do this.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, I saw in the submissions that came across the ballot that there was a port commissioner who raised a question about whether there would be kind of sufficient volume throughput on our water rights to support potential new, I guess, water users. And I guess I just wondered, it didn't sound like it was a water rights issue, but that there have been discussions with the former public works director that there just might be a throughput issue based on some valve. And I didn't know anything about that. I just wondered if that's valid, if that's a valid concern or not, if you have any information about that.
I don't believe the valve issue, we've heard anything regarding a limitation in ability to serve domestic users based on a valve or upstream restriction.
Okay.
Rachel, do you want to make a comment on that?
No, Mayor, the Public Works Director is on the line, but Dustin's correct. There are no valve issues to my knowledge.
Okay, is that it, Eric?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great. All right. Other question, Jessica?
Dustin, can you remind me what parking would be allowed now in the like in the side setbacks?
Yeah, currently there is parking allowed in the side setbacks.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I'll just ask another question on that line. So the side setbacks, the rear setbacks, and the front setbacks, I believe you can park in all of those setbacks now. Is that correct?
Only one car in the front.
Okay, but the back unlimited, sides unlimited, and the front one car.
That's correct.
One car between the house and the street.
Yeah, the code refers to a one car in the front setback. Essentially, it contemplates a garage and one vehicle tandem parked in the front of the garage. So essentially within the front yard.
Okay, Megan?
I want to follow up with that. So that's, I mean, one car in the setback is different than only one car between the dwelling and the street. Because if your house was pretty far back on the lot, you could presumably have more than one house or more than one car, as long as it's not in the 10-foot setback, right?
That's correct. If your house is set back to if you had a deep lot, 300 feet deep, we would only really set the requirement for the first 20 and then allow.
Well, 10 didn't have a garage, right?
Excuse me?
If you don't have a garage, it's just 10 feet setback.
If you don't have a garage, it's 10 feet. We would require it to stay out of the 10-foot, or we would allow one up into that 10-foot front yard area.
Okay. And while I'm muted, I have one other question can you clarify, because there's been multiple concerns about the neighbors don't have any input on this, which I believe is part of the point of getting rid of the basically conditional use permit. What is allowed currently without neighbor input in our, I think especially like R1, R2, R3 zones?
So on a subdivided lot, your single family home, duplex, essentially a subject to conversion townhouse would be permitted uses. The townhouse, the only public input that occurs is after the build and at the time of land division. So after the unit's built, typically we have a review for the land division, the partitioning, but the units are typically there at that point. So those would be the type of townhouse, duplex, single family homes that would be permitted without permitted uses by right, not subject to discretionary standards or review.
Thank you.
Other questions for Dustin? Tim?
Thanks, Mayor. So Dustin, can you explain the issue with the alley access and how that came about? A brief description about how that, what the rationale for that was in the planning commission.
So as recommended by planning commission, the alley access didn't get, that was a recommendation that went through the draft within planning commission. It was only raised by individual commissioner afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So planning commission had the recommendation to require the alley load. I think for our test purposes, most of our test fits, we didn't use the alley configuration because although it becomes preferential in limiting curb cuts, we just, the amount of our building stock and housing stock that has alley access is limited. But where it is available, it is something that we, and the code definitely requires and encourages to utilize alleys where available.
So in your opinion, would that preclude the development of some areas?
I don't think it would necessarily preclude the development in some areas. There's alley access. I think there's a lot of deference given to the code in terms of parking within the rear area and the access. I think there are some concerns about the status of the alleys and their condition, and that using them becomes triggered to public improvements when they get used.
So let me ask it in a slightly different way, sorry, Mark. Are there a lot of areas that would apply to right now? I mean, just in a relative sense.
Alley development or alley access?
Alley access, both actually.
Well, I think we have a limited amount that's accessed by alleys, and I think the alleys that we typically have limited amount of public improvements. So a good amount of the alleys would require upgrades to them.
So I wanted to ask on that same line, Tim, since you're on that. So if you had a lot kind of mid-block, it had unimproved alley all the way from one side to the other on that block. If you required alley access, the whole thing, or at least from one end of the block to halfway down, would be required to be improved. Is that true?
I don't think the whole thing would be improved. We would require some improvements, but I don't think it necessarily triggers the whole offsite block. I think we would be looking at some sort of nexus and proportionality. The amount of impact that it does, that it impacts the alley and the number of dwelling units. So it wouldn't necessarily trigger a half or a half block alley improvement. I would definitely not think that is represented.
Okay. Mark?
Yeah, jumping on the alley thing, Dustin, when we talked the other day, even if you have an alley, you can have one curb cut on the street side, and I took away from that you could actually have the driveway go through to like a parking area that's also fed by the alley. Is that a truism that you can have a street curb cut and the alley entrance?
That was discussed and it wasn't settled on by council that you would allow not only just you would require the first access to be by alley, but still allow the single curb cut. That has not been the one curb cut in addition to the alley that hasn't been finalized by council.
So that's not in the code then. If it existed, where would it be?
Under access, the statement and the amendment would look something like where it abuts an alley, access would be required, but a user may still be allowed a secondary point of access to the street. So that would be in access.
Gotcha.
And I do believe that you had told me, Dustin, if there was an existing curb cut on the roadside already, and there was an alley, that you wouldn't be forced to close the front access.
Right, as far as the retrofit, if you had an existing access point, it wouldn't be an automatic closure for an existing dwelling.
Okay. Something else, Mark?
No, I sort of liked the added flexibility, even though I'm a fan of alley access. I like the added flexibility when we were talking. So maybe Kate, if we're keeping a list of things to discuss, that would be a great one.
Okay.
Councilor, that would be under section F, which includes access, circulation driveways and approaches. C is the individual provision.
Okay. Other questions for Dustin right now? Tim?
So Dustin, there's been several comments about stormwater, and I'm kind of wondering if you can kind of reiterate how stormwater is dealt with and kind of some of these increased lot coverages.
So in section G, we talk about just recommendations for LID. This, like any other development, has stormwater implications. Part of the idea of using and developing this in the city would be where stormwater utilities are available. I think one of a bit of a misconception here is that just because you have existing development with lot coverages doesn't mean that you necessarily end up with less impervious surface. What it does do is that your current code restricts the amount of driveway, parking spaces, and roof coverage. It doesn't necessarily trigger or mandate more impervious surface unless you assume that all users actually landscape the rest of their site. So for example, you could see 1,000 square feet of patio, as long as it's not necessarily considered a driveway or considered a parking space to be installed with no regulation or oversight. We also see a lot of gravel go in, compacted gravel in areas where we have limited amount of landscaping. None of that, although impervious in some nature, does not necessarily consider stormwater features, nor is it covered by lot coverage restrictions. So that is one thing that we look to address when requiring a landscape mandate, especially at the perimeter, an opportunity to require living materials and plantings that could positively impact stormwater, although you may see additional building on the site. So those areas that are left, especially at the perimeter where things leave the site, side setbacks that must be maintained that can't be parked in, that is to stop some sheet flow and allow some balancing of sites against neighboring properties rather than pavement to occur from end to end. Sorry, if that's kind of a little bit of a, from where it appears throughout the code.
Mhm. Can I ask another question, Mayor, as long as I'm unmuted?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the issue with the parking in front, I think I asked this question, but I want to ask it last time, and I want to ask it again. Do you think that by stipulating that that can occur, that there will be some lots that won't be able to be developed?
Yeah, that's a good assumption, that the requirement of allowing or prohibiting parking in the front will make some lots more difficult to develop. There will be lots that will be, that is a standard that may rule out lots based on topography, based on certain amount of frontage, that could rule them out or become infeasible by way of grading. That's a real possibility.
Thanks, Justin.
Megan?
Reminded me of another question. The landscape area in the code is written as like planted landscaping, and I wanted to clarify. I know early in our conversations, there were a lot of concerns that the landscape area wouldn't include, or does maybe include. I'm hoping it includes like natural vegetation that you don't have to cut down and then plant something else, or it includes wetlands or other natural features. And I'm wondering if you heard from council that that is what we wanted in the code, and if that's what you mean with the current code, or if that needs to be clarified, assuming 4 more of us would like that.
Yeah, initially in the code as drafted, there was a prohibition against, or not a prohibition, there was an open space requirement that would be mandated, and that wetlands or steep slopes would not be counted towards that. That was eliminated from the code, and we simply have an open space buffer. The landscape buffer. I think the idea that natural areas would be included is contemplated in that code, that they don't necessarily have to be sculpted in, I guess, a feature of landscape architecture, that natural areas would be included in one's required amount of landscape area, even if it was maintained in its natural state.
This might be pedantic then, but would everyone interpret planted landscape area to mean natural, or does the word planted imply some active work?
Is who is the planter? I guess that would be, we could clarify that if that's a issue of council, whether it's by what means was it planted, by what force, but we could make sure we clarified that a natural area could be included in language if council felt that was necessary. I think it's pretty minor by way of policy, but I think it's good to clarify that.
Okay, Kate, that's something I'd like to clarify, assuming 3 other folks agree.
Yeah, I think it's better if it's clearer. It's always better if it's clearer to me. If there's any question in a person's mind at this point, there'll probably be more questions in people's minds later. And I remember it being in, and then it was then, you know, we took it out because we're going to include it, but I think it needs to be probably clarified a bit.
Where would that go if it, if in the table in C?
I have page 94 of our packet is where I found links.
What page?
Wrote 94 on my notes. And let's see if that's right. Yes, in the definitions, landscape area means the planted and permeable surface area shall be planted to comply with regulations listed under section H.
Well, maybe it should say something like it should be currently planted or planted in the future or something like that.
And something that says natural vegetation meets the requirement. We don't need to write the code right now, but I would like that to be good.
We could make that, if there was 4 of you who agreed that the natural should stand, we could easily make that change to clarify. But I believe
Tim thinks that should be clarified. I do. Megan.
I would support that as well.
Okay, Gladys does. Jessica. So
It's
we've
just
got at least 4.
It's making sure that that's encouraged, not saying that it only can be natural.
Correct.
I haven't met very many unnatural plants, but I think that
Himalayan blackberry, come on.
I have plenty. You can come and get whatever you want. Yeah.
All right. So we agree that that should be clarified. All right. Other questions? And then I'm going to kind of start down a list of things we haven't for sure made any decisions about. Okay.
Tim had his hand raised.
What's that?
Tim had his hand raised and he's not good at speaking up for himself.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Tim. Go ahead, Tim.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Megan. Appreciate that. So Dustin, I mean, just kind of as a point of clarification, you know, there was a lot of discussion in the Planning Commission about the number of parking spaces required. So in general, what was the kind of the motivation for reducing it from 2 to 0.75? What was really kind of the impetus behind that?
so. Some of the driving factors on that were trying to take a look at this building type as an individual use rather than just relying on the existing code. Also, the idea that this was going to provide some options away from the two units, and also the idea that parking as infill and on sites and incorporated in the buildings is a cost matter that will invariably drive up the cost of this development and reduce the amount of area that is allowed and dedicated to units. That by using that area for parking, we would not be using it for infill or for building the dwellings themselves. That was some of the high level rationale as the consideration began to look at the 2 units per dwelling. And some of the idea, I think some of the comments were, if we continue to require the same thing, we should expect the same outcomes. And so taking a real look at one of the most driving factors of site design, be it parking, was definitely in the equation there for Planning Commission.
So did the Planning Commission discuss the potential effects on street parking?
Yeah, I think even before we got to final recommendation, both in Council and Planning Commission, we talked about some of the potential impacts that if without a behavior change of consumers or purchasers, there should be an anticipated demand increase on street parking. And that as the opportunity presents, you may have people, and most likely this will be a requirement. And I don't think that was something that we necessarily wanted to give the impression that we overlooked. There was also very much, to some extent, a sentiment that we need to provide the greatest opportunity and really unbundle some of this parking and with some of these needed dwellings. And by requiring the amount, we were only going to further limit the ability for them to be built. So, but I think when it came down to it, I believe there was no loss of the acknowledgement that this could have impact on on-street parking and the demands of on-street parking. I think that was pretty well acknowledged.
Right. But still, the decision was made to reduce it, to make a recommendation to reduce it, given the trade-offs associated with those two things.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. In light of that demand, that recommendation was still made to you.
And just one more question. So how many meetings have we had on this topic between the Planning Commission and the city council?
I believe this is meeting number 13, between various workshops, public hearings, and public meetings.
And that occurred over a couple of years?
No, that's been 13 meetings since December.
Since December. Nice.
So before that, before we initiated the legislative aspect, there was we had discussion in council meeting. Planning Commission had discussed, but really when it came down to the formulation of this code and this legislative amendment, those have been the 13 meetings we've had. So anything that happened prior to December, you could add to that number.
Thanks, Dustin.
Megan?
One last clarifying question. Max unit can be 1,200 unless you have a garage, and it can be up to 15. Is that true for all of the different unit types, or just particular ones?
That's all the unit types.
Okay. So 3 different places in the code, it's a little confusing about the 1,200 versus 1,500. So maybe some cleanup would be good. I can give you some page numbers.
Where it doesn't state that in every single column. Is that what you're talking about, Megan?
So there's definitely that chart where it doesn't explain that, and that's like the definition of cottages just says up to 1,200 and doesn't clarify the 1,500 rule. And then on page 102, it's mentioned somewhere as well, but I don't, where did I put that? Oh, it's explained very well on 102, but it's not explained in the chart on 98 or in the definition of cottages on 94. So maybe just consistency.
We could make cross-reference to that definition as well.
Okay, awesome.
Okay. Other clarifying questions? All right. As we've talked about this in the last numerous iterations that we've been presented and given our opinion about what we thought, and it went back to Planning Commission. I think that we, in general, not 100% of us, but probably in general, we've been getting closer to what we wanted in this, and have been, in general, the bulk of us in favor of it. But I guess I'd like to go around and barring some of these issues that we haven't quite honed in 100% on, although we may be 90% there already, such as, I'm going to list these off: alley access being only from an alley, distance between the interior of the units. There's been quite a bit of discussion about that recently. The number of cars per unit, parking in front of the units, the height. I think those are some of the things that we have discussed in the last few meetings. And we've kind of gone back and forth a little bit and been honing down on it. But I guess I just want to, in general, are we good with other things except for these items? We want the ordinance, we want to do this, we're ready to go on it, and we need to figure out what these are going to be, and get it clarified and give this a shot. So I want to see if just have some hands or some head nods on a majority of people that feel that way, and then let's get into the nitty gritty. Okay, I've got one hand, 2, 3. Okay, okay, I want to just state for the public, they can't see this, some of this, that Jessica had her hand up. Gladys had her hand up. Tim had his hand up. Mark, did you have your hand up? Mark did, okay. Megan, no. Megan had her hand up. Eric?
Mayor, I did not have my hand up, and I was
You did
hoping
not.
at some point to be able to talk about my proposed amendment.
Okay, all right. So we've got these items that we need to go through, and Eric has a potential amendment, and I'm not sure if it has to do with any, I don't think it has anything to do with any of these items that I just listed. Is that correct, Eric?
That's correct, Mayor.
And does it have anything to do with specifically anything that is in the ordinance already?
No, no, it's just a process overlay.
Okay, all right. Megan?
I might have one other thing besides the stuff you mentioned that is part of our current code I'd like to talk about.
Okay, why don't you go ahead? What would that be? I'll add this. I want to get everything on this list. I'm gonna put Eric's amendment on here also besides these, so we can discuss all this.
Okay, so I guess it's maybe two things related to R1 of the max units per development currently just says 6 cottages, and I'd like to clarify, given cottages are now the same size as other units, if that is just for cottages or if it would apply to other housing unit types under this middle housing code. And then I would still like to see that we are incentivizing smaller units under 800 square feet in the R1 as well, like we are doing in the R2, R3, and C1.
So you're saying incentivizing the smallest units or smaller units?
Yeah, I mean, it would be a different square footage, obviously, but like we do in the other zones, you know, there's 1 square footage minimum for the size 800 to 1500, and then there's a slightly smaller, more incentivized size for the under 800. And part of this is, you know, I know we want affordability and diversity, and we definitely want smaller units for a number of folks in our community that are smaller housing, you know, family types. And so I'd like to see us at least discuss that, because it's weird to exclude from one of our biggest zones.
Okay. All right. So Mark?
One thing that got just barely touched on by Eric is STRs in the C1 column, and whether we want to talk about that again or not. So
Okay. Okay, STRs in the C1. So I just want to be people wary that this is 9:30. We have probably about 10 items that we would like to try to get some clarity on. And I'd love to get through 10 items in a half an hour, but I don't think we will. And I want to see if you guys would agree to continue this. We would start in and go till 10 o'clock, but I am not I don't feel personally as a great thinker after 10 o'clock at night. And I think these warrant a lot of good thinking and discussion between ourselves. And I would love to be able to do all this tonight, but I don't think I can make really great decisions after that late. So I just want to get your thoughts on that, because we have quite a bit still here to go, and we can try and go. And if we come to agreement on a lot of this very quickly, then that's different. But I just want to say that. And at 10 o'clock, we'll reassess and see what everybody thinks. All right. So Eric, why don't you talk about your proposal, at least get it on the table so we know what it is, and then whether we'll discuss it right first, or but if you want to tell us what you're thinking.
Fair enough, Mayor. And I circulated this after getting most of the public comment was received after 1:30 this afternoon. But the idea, I guess, is to create a reporting mechanism to council so that if we find ourselves in a situation where there are unintended consequences from this measure, whether it's not actually fulfilling the hope or the promise of striking some affordability, but rather results in the possibility of maybe a ramp up from out of town folks buying second homes, et cetera, to have some kind of structure in place within this code to facilitate an annual review. So what I did is I put this together this afternoon. I circulated it by email. And if anyone listening would like a copy of it, just send me an email to my city council address and I'll send you this proposed language. But what it was basically going to suggest is that the planning commissioner once a year in January, after conferring with the city manager, the fire chief, the public works director, and the chief of police, provide an annual report about whether we are really, whether this, what has been the product of this code. In other words, is this code going to achieve its stated purposes? Because the code does have in one of its sections, it describes the stated purposes of the code. And so the idea is to have an annual report from the planning director to just report on whether it's achieving its stated purposes. And the types of metrics that it requests are, after conferring with the people, those department heads I mentioned, are we seeing infrastructure problems or are we not? How many units are being put into production as a result of this code? What is the stated consideration for each purchase, which you can under Oregon law get from the face of the deed, to have a statement of what these units are going for, where they're located, how many there are, and kind of a qualitative statement about whether the code is meeting its stated objectives, so that we have a process built into the code to just bring it to a public forum, a public discussion about whether the goals are actually being achieved. And we've heard a number of folks concerned that this might not achieve its stated purpose. So I'm trying to kind of bridge what I'm seeing as a gap in public support for this between the folks who are in favor of it and some people that are concerned about unintended consequences. So can we have an annual review process that basically provides a forum for public input, which, by the way, I think is one of the stated purposes of statewide goal planning #2, is to have a forum for public input on land use issues. So it sort of checks that box as well. But anyway, I set it out in code language because I know we're at the end game for this, not at the beginning stage of this. And so the proposal sort of speaks for itself. But that was kind of the gist of what I was trying to suggest as a way to maybe bridge some of the gap I'm hearing in the community.
Okay, thanks, Eric. I think probably the best process for letting the public see what that suggestion was is that all the public testimony that comes in and all the written stuff that we have is publicized. And so I think it's probably best to go through Dustin, because Dustin has a copy of that, correct, Dustin? Okay, Dustin has a copy, and that
Yes.
they should be getting it from staff versus you personally, Eric. I think that's probably the best process so everybody can see it, than to go back and forth with people.
Fair enough. Whatever your preference there is fine.
Yeah, I think that'd probably be the best process for that. Okay, so basically what you're asking about a report in process on whether it's working or not working, kind of a deal. Okay, all right, great. All right, let's start with something here, and I'm just going to pick something to start with, and let's start with height. We were still discussing that last time. We have had comments 6-0 from the Planning Commission saying we need to tackle it citywide, not just for this. I want to go with that first, and let's see where people are on that.
We lost your audio, Kate. Oh, no, we lost.
You hear me now? Okay. I don't know. Sorry. Says my internet connection is unstable. Oh, okay. Hope this doesn't go out. I wanted to tackle height. I was just saying that Planning Commission had voted to, they didn't want to put it in, they wanted to leave it as it is and then tackle it citywide because it's an issue. And I would still prefer to do it that way. And I just want to talk about that one more time and see what people think about that. Others. Mark.
I think I definitely support the draft plan that includes the height in this code. I think that as we see the first units going into neighborhood, these first developments going in, having this code instead of the less defined and more heighty options that are in the current code would provide some unnecessary and unwelcome reactions from the public. So I'm supportive of the code as presented.
Okay, Tim, did you have your hand up?
I did, and not to be a contrarian, but I would agree with you, Mayor, and I probably would defer to the Planning Commission on this. I mean, I kind of understand it. I'm not sure that it's fully vetted quite yet. At least, given what the Planning Commission vote was, it doesn't seem like it had their support. So I think I would prefer to revisit it at another time.
Okay. Megan and then Jessica.
I'm gonna go with you and Tim. I think I'm taking Planning Commission's recommendation pretty seriously. I do agree that there are some citywide issues with our height methodology, and I'm happy to put that on the 2022 work plan. It seems important, but I don't want to create a different system for this that hasn't really been vetted. And I think that creates disincentives to using this code and actually just flips people over to doing tall townhomes under the existing methodology. I'd like to treat these equally and address height as a larger city issue.
Jessica?
I agree with Mark for all the reasons that he said. I feel like this is the time to fix it in this one and use it as an example.
Eric?
I want to make sure I'm tracking. The question is whether we maintain the lower height impositions under the code as correct? That's the question under the proposed code?
Right. The question is whether we go with the recommendation of keeping the code as it's written in the new missing middle, or we stay with the way we have it now and tackle it citywide.
Yeah, I think I'm aligned on that particular issue with Jessica and Mark. I think I just make sure I'm understanding the issue correctly, but having these units be smaller potentially, I think makes public policy sense. If the goal is to try to drive these into an affordability market, if we align them with the rest of the height for regular homes, it feels like it's going to be more like the big townhomes that we're trying to get away from. So if I'm understanding the issue correctly, I think I'm agreeing with Mark and Jessica.
Okay. I think Megan was trying to make the point that potentially, if this code is kept the way it is, that we might get more townhomes because people will just decide not to do missing middle because they can't do it taller. Was that right, Megan?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I mean, we're just guessing what people are going to do in the future, but that was the point you were making. Gladys?
I agree with Councilor Zan Miller, Meta, and Councilor Haynie.
Okay. And I agree with Tim and Megan. So we have 4 people that want to keep the code as it's written in the missing middle. So let's say that we're split on that one, but it's a 4-3 vote, and we're going to go forward with the way it's written in the missing middle. All right. Cars per unit. The recommendation has been somewhere between, that we've kind of all coalesced around a little bit, is 0.75 or 1 unit. We've heard a lot of testimony about parking. Sounds like there was some split in different numbers that came up at Planning Commission. So unless someone wants to throw out a completely different number, I know Eric, you had said 1+ when we talked about this previously. I know there was at least one person on Planning Commission that said 0. So we've kind of got a big range here. But I think we kind of came down to between 1 and 0.75. And so let's go with what we're thinking on that right now. Gladys?
1.
Mark?
1.
Megan?
I'm happy to go with the Planning Commission recommendation of 0.75. Again, I really want these units to actually be built and be used, and I'm happy to create incentives that allow that, and flexibility where the developer can build more if they want, but they are not required to if there's sufficient on-street parking.
Okay, Jessica?
1.
Eric?
Well, given the binary choice I'm hearing between 0.75 and 1, I will say 1. Without a deep dive, I'll just say very briefly, I probably would want to entertain the possibility of more of a graduated application of this entire code, because, you know, west of Rand is different than Hazel, is different than Columbia Street with one side parking on the street, et cetera. But if your honor would like my opinion as to the distinction between 0.75 and 1, I would say 1.
Okay. I just want to make it clear that you probably would say more than 1 if you had that choice. Make
Yes,
the
I
record,
would.
make the record
Well, it
clear.
depends.
Okay.
I would actually be fine with 0.75 west of Rand, but it just depends where we're talking about if we do a graduated analysis, which we're not, I don't think, doing. But in general terms, I would say 1 or more than 1.
Okay. Tim?
Thanks, Mayor. I guess to bookend Eric there, if I had a choice, I would say none, but would default to 0.75.
Okay.
And my rationale, just briefly for choosing the none, is that I think that really, and I want to clarify that what we're talking about here is we're actually requiring the number of parking spots that are going to be built. And,
Per unit.
Yeah, so that doesn't necessarily preclude builders from building more parking spots if they wanted to.
Correct. Correct.
So I think that by minimizing the requirement, you would end up with a mix of different situations. Whereas if you stipulate it too high, you're just going to end up with more parking that may not necessarily be needed.
Okay, so you're for less, basically.
0.75.
But technically, wasn't it that the recommendation that Planning Commission made was 0.75, but it still technically meant 1?
It means
That was my
1.
understanding.
It means 1 until you get up to 4 units. Because you can't have 0.75 of a, can't actually have 0.75. But when you get up to the 4th unit, then you're only going to have 3 parking spaces for 4 units. Or if you get up to 8 units, then you're going to have 6 parking spaces for 8 units. If you say 0.75. But if you say 1, then you have 8 parking spaces for 8 units. That's where it's just when you cross over to that 4th unit that it makes a difference.
Then I'm going to change my 1 to 0.75 to agree with what Planning Commission has suggested based on that. Yeah, based on Planning Commission.
All right. And I am going to, I was waffling back and forth last time and I went 0.75. I'm going to go to 1 this time. I feel like I've heard more about parking than any other issue. And I'm trying to visualize some of the places that will have 12 units and how much curb space there will be to get those extra cars off this, where are you going to put them? And I'm going to go with 1. So we are another split vote like we had last time, 4 to 3, and it will be 1 unit, 1 car per unit. All right. Distance between the interior units. I believe there was a recommendation, we'd all, I think, agreed to the distances on the setbacks for the exterior, but there was some talk about potentially making the distances inside smaller, the spaces between. And Dustin, maybe you could just talk to us a little bit about that discussion that you had with some of the builders and others about that being, I think it was recommended to be 10 feet, but some people were saying, well, 6 was enough because you could put fire ratings in the eaves and then it was fine.
Yeah, so this comes from section I in your code. It's on page 103 in your packet. If you have your packets ready, it has to do with building separation. And as we looked at interior smaller cottages, we really provided an emphasis to make sure that the setbacks around that were measured from the site, but there was also a building separation between the internal units. And on within this code, the initial recommendation or the recommendation that's drafted is 10 feet. Part of the building community raised the issue that you could get a building separation of 6 feet between these units and still comply with the fire code without any extraordinary construction types. And they were worried that if we required more than the fire code, it would create a disincentive and we'd end up with detached units, or excuse me, we'd end up with attached units rather than the detached cottages that that they saw as beneficial. So from the draft, it not only addresses some of the fire code issues, but what we looked at is really with some of the encroachments allowed within that area for eaves, what was the space that we were ending up with? Although it could be built safely within fire code, do we end up with a space for the end user and the residents that provides for maintenance? Does it have sufficient light and air? How does it look in the long run? How does it feel? Is it a sufficient amount of space between there? So that's really where the decision came. The discussion was, should you reduce it to 6 foot? That is a safe distance by fire code standards, and allow that to be the minimum. I think that's my summary of the discussion.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dustin. So I think that there was discussion, like Dustin said, that some of the builders were saying, well, if you could let them be closer together, then we can make it into a cottage versus a duplex, or a cottage versus a triplex. And that might be a more desirable type unit for sale, or it might be a more desirable unit to look at from the neighbor's standpoint. And so there would be more flexibility to do different things. Maybe the market will say, I don't really, it's not useful to have that. Let's just make it 10, let's just do it different, or let's just do a duplex. But I guess it just leaves more flexibility for the builders to work with for that. So I'm personally in favor of changing it from 10 to 6. let's have some more discussion about it, or if you guys are ready to just say what you think about it, just go ahead. I'm trying to keep tabs here with all these different items and how people are, what they're saying on it. Megan?
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you. I think setting our minimum as the minimum, fire distance for safety makes sense, because again, it's the minimum. The developer can and the market can figure out what they actually want to make. But I think, and I doubt you would ever get that it's like, oh, it's 4 cottages and they're all 6 feet on every single side. But it may make sense to have them 6 feet apart in one area, so you can fit a lot to the realities of that lot. I don't want to be so prescriptive that, again, we're not getting these built. So I'm happy to go lower than 10 feet to the minimum fire safety distance.
Okay. Jessica?
I liked keeping it at 10 for the usability that Dustin noted, the light and air. And also earlier tonight, he mentioned that Bend reviewed their code that has this and decided to keep it at 10 feet. So for those reasons, I would like to keep it at 10.
Okay. Anyone else ready to weigh in? Tim?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to agree with you and Megan, and I would make it 6 for flexibility.
Okay. Mark, Gladys, Eric? Mark, I see you're unmuted.
So I was going to say 10 and then use the variance to get to 6 when it was needed, but I'm pretty waffly on this one, and I'd be happy with 6 as well. In other words, I'm no use at all in this discussion. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Dustin, you and I talked about this on Friday. Can you repeat what you told me about it? If it's at 10 right now, it still can go down to 6. Can you repeat that portion of our conversation?
So 6 foot is really the minimum when it comes to fire code standards. At that point, we start challenging some fire construction techniques. 10 foot is what was recommended, not only to, it covers the fire code standard, but it provides some utility for future access. So anything in between there, we're not going to run into a pure life safety standard. The 10 foot is just really recommended when it comes to really what we thought about as future owners and their ability to do some maintenance. If you needed to use a ladder, if you needed to store trash, your snow tires, these other features, it's just kind of it's more of a functional element. It's not the minimum fire code requirement.
And the houses that are built right on Belmont, what are those? Are those 10 feet, or are those the townhomes right on Belmont as you're like turning the corner?
Oh, that's Stella Lane, the Stella cottages.
Yes.
Those are built under the PUD standards. They will probably be more than 10 apart between them, but I wouldn't consider that apples to apples in infill.
Mm-hmm.
Eric?
Yeah, Mayor, I wasn't sure if you wanted someone to go next, so
Yeah,
I would
we'll go.
say-
Yeah, Gladys is still thinking.
Oh, I'm
Go
sorry. I
ahead.
didn't mean to
No,
interrupt her.
that's okay. I can tell she's still thinking. Go ahead,
I'm
Eric,
sorry.
and then Gladys can go last.
Is it okay with you, Gladys? Okay, thank you. So I realize we're sort of picking up individual pieces of bark and looking at them when there's still the discussion to be had about the forest. But on this particular issue, I think my honest answer would be 6 feet in R3 and C1, but I don't think that's on the table. So I would suggest, I think I'm with the 10-foot setback people for a citywide rule.
Gladys?
I don't know, you guys. Honestly, I feel like I don't know. And I'm just being honest.
Okay. Well, we have 4 votes for 6 feet. So we have a majority for 6 feet. So you don't have to say, because we do have already 4 votes. Myself is 6, Tim, Mark, and Megan. So we have 6 for the interior distances. We're at 10 o'clock, you guys. We still have incentives. We have alley access. We have STRs. We have parking in front. We have Erick's proposal. We have a lot still to discuss. So I think we should continue this discussion. But
I would agree
I want other thoughts. I want you guys.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I don't want to do this for another hour, to be honest. I don't think it's going to be a productive conversation for us all. I know I would support that.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay, we've got a majority that agrees that we should continue the discussion. We had a lot of public testimony. It took a while, but that's, how it is. So that's fine. All right. I'm trying to see when we might be able to continue this to, let's see here. Dustin, do you have a suggestion when we will have time to actually continue this meeting?
Well, I believe you canceled the next meeting on the 22nd.
Correct. We don't have one during spring break, correct?
And I believe we have meetings coming up on April 12th, which I think you have, you'll have a TSP item on for that. But certainly I could bring something back that I had done.
Okay, I think we should do that. I don't think we should go any further out than that because that's almost a month away.
We've done this whole series of off Mondays anyway. Could we do the 29th for just this one topic?
I'd like that too, and just having it be just this.
I'm not exactly sure that I can commit to the 29th at this point.
And I'd like to get a date certain for it, just because it's better to adjourn to a date certain. I think we need to go to the 12th.
What about the 5th?
Pardon?
What about the 5th?
I will have a conflict on the 5th. I have a public hearing. I'm sorry.
You should be.
I have more than one public hearing.
I could do the 29th.
I could do the 29th as well.
So Tim, you can't do the 29th, is that right?
I just looked at my calendar and I'll probably be able to do the 29th as well.
Okay. Is everyone okay with the 29th? Yeah, I mean, is that okay with, is staff okay with the 29th?
Mayor, we'll make it work. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Okay, the 29th. Okay, could I get a motion to continue the public hearing for public housing file number 2020-37 to be continued to a date certain, no earlier than 6 o'clock on Monday, March 29th.
Also move.
Mark has made a motion to continue this public hearing until the
That was
29th. Pardon?
I'll second.
That was Eric.
Oh, Eric, what?
Eric, I'll second.
You see how tired I am? Okay. Who made the second? Gladys. Okay, thank you, Gladys.
Can I ask a question? Didn't we make a motion to close the public hearing?
No, we have to continue it to a date certain.
No, I thought we already made a motion to close it.
To close the public testimony, but not the hearing. So you have to close the public testimony before you deliberate, but we aren't closing the public hearing. The public hearing is what we're doing now. We're deliberating. So the deliberations will continue on the 29th, but the public part of the testimony is closed.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Jessica?
Aye.
Megan?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Gladys?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. All right. There we go. We're continued on with that. We have one more item this evening, and that is that Rachel Fuller, our manager, our city manager, is leaving, and she gave her notice last week for personal reasons. And so we need to think about working on getting a new city manager. We're gonna miss you, Rachel. I can't see you, you're somewhere there, but there you are, okay. We're gonna miss you, but you're gonna do different things. And so we're gonna work on a process to find a new city manager. So we wish you well, and we're glad you're gonna stay till the 1st of July to help us get through this process. So thank you very much. So the way we've done this previously, and it seemed to work fairly well, is that we have a few counselors. We can't have a quorum, but we have a few counselors that get together and send out a proposal to a firm that will come in and talk to all of us about what we want to find in a new city manager. And that process just takes some hours to go through applications and do some interviews of a firm. And it'll take some weeks to get that done. Mark, I think, headed our group kind of in that process the last time we did it, so he's pretty familiar with it. And I was on that committee as a counselor at the time, so I've done that. And so I have actually asked Councillor Haynie if he would help with that, and he said he would. And I know it's a time-consuming, some time-consuming process. But Rachel said she would help us get an RFP together, and we've done it before, so we have a template and we can start with that. And so we just need to pick a date. I think if all the other counselors are okay with myself and Mark and Eric going through the process to find a firm to do a search, that's the first step. And when this firm comes on, then they will be talking to all of us about our process to find a new person. So is everyone okay with that? All right, I have, looks like a thumbs up from everyone for that going forward. So Mark and Eric and I, we need to set a date. Should we set a date to meet with you, Rachel, about the process of getting that done, or?
Yeah, Mayor, if I might suggest, staff can go ahead and get the RFP out. And then, so if you're okay with that, we would go ahead and issue the RFP, and then we would set a date for probably review of applications or responses, and potentially interviews. You may want to interview the firm. So it's very procedural at this point, and we can get that going fairly quickly.
Okay. Yeah, I think the sooner the better we get it going, because I know it's sometimes can be a lengthy process. All right, that sounds great. That sounds wonderful.
So I'll just work with you, the three of you, to schedule a time to review those applications. We probably typically give folks 3 weeks to respond. So it'll be near the beginning of April. We'll see if we could turn it around and have a recommendation. Or council would have a recommendation to council by one of your meetings in April.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. It's late. Does anyone have anything for council call? I don't have anything. All
No,
right.
I won't have anything this time either.
I just want to remind people that we are now in the low category for Hood River County. So yay for Hood River. That's great. All right, you guys, have a good evening. We
Wear
are,
a mask, continue to be safe, practice your same precautions.
yeah, we're not out of the woods yet. So
No,
yeah,
we're not.
keep wearing your mask for sure. All right, thank you, everyone. We are adjourned at 10:09.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night.